Good morning and welcome to the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in beautiful Canmore, Alberta. We are set for an exciting mass start day with our U16s, U18s, but kicking off this morning will be our Para Nordic athletes. Mass start is where the Canadian top athletes will go head to head in a battle of endurance, tactics, and sheer grit. We're warming up here on the courses right now, getting ready to start. Stay tuned. Bienvenue au championnat canadien de ski de fond ici à Canmore en Alberta. Nous sommes prêts pour une course palpitante de départ en masse où les meilleurs skieurs du pays vont s'affronter dans une bataille d'endurance, de stratégie et de détermination. L'ambiance est électrique, les conditions sont parfaites et nous allons assister à une course spectaculaire. So, on your screens right now, you can see our Para Nordic sit ski athletes. Our start list: Cara Duville, Lynn-Marie Bilodeau, Paulo Manuel Guerrera, Leo Samarelli, Yves Bourque, and Caden Baum. So, if you're looking and joining us for the first time and witnessing a Para Nordic race, you can see that the categories are listed on the side, and you will see that there's LW categories. This LW stands for Locomotor Winter. So it's the International Para classification standing for Locomotor Winter. And then the numbers beside will indicate the categories that the athletes are in. And then the brackets, where you see the 96, the 100, the 86, that is the percentage of their real time that the athlete is allocated in the race. So we are about 1 minute to start. Now, while the start list says that everyone is starting at 10, it's actually 8 a.m. here in Alberta, in Canmore. And Para Nordic mass starts are slightly different than our regular Olympic stream mass starts. In the Para Nordic mass start, the athletes are held back according to their percentages, as well as a calculated time from their interval start earlier in the day. So while the gun will go off at 8, you'll notice that not all of the athletes will take off as they normally do in an Olympic stream. And this is done because the athletes all have different levels of capacity and ability, and so that we can have that exciting finish of them coming across the line. We start them in a holdback. So there we go, 581, athlete 581. Cara Duville just took off right now for her start. It is a 7.5 kilometer mass start, 3 laps of an exciting 2.5 kilometer trail. And you can see Cara there in the bottom of your screen ripping by. She will be followed by Lynn-Marie Bilodeau. Lynn-Marie Bilodeau is a member of our National Development Para Nordic Ski Team. She was off on the World Cups this year, battling it out with the best in the world. And you can tell because she's being held back by quite a bit of time. So Lynn-Marie's still being held back before she's allowed to start. The intent here is that the holdbacks equalize the playing field. So when we see the finish line, the first to the finish is the final ranking that they actually have. So Lynn-Marie's still being held back here while we wait for the start to go. In your screen, you'll also see 586, 584. That's Leo Samarelli, 584 Leo Samarelli from Nordic Races in British Columbia, but also a member of our Prospects national team. 586 Caden Baum from Larch Hills. So he's gunning to get on our prospects teams this year. 585 Yves Bourque. Now Yves Bourque is well known in the world of Para Nordic sit skiing. He's been around for quite some time, but he's making a comeback this year, gunning for those 2026 games. And there you see Lynn-Marie taking off 582 Lynn-Marie Bilodeau after quite a holdback time there. She's going to go chase Cara down. So 3 times the 2.5 kilometer loop here this morning in the Para Nordic mass start. Now, typically in a mass start for the Olympic stream, they take off together. In a Para Nordic mass start, there's a holdback. You can see Leo Samarelli taking off there in the sort of mid-right corner of your screen, heading down towards the corner. And we're just waiting on the next holdback here as well. Perfect conditions this morning. Groomers were out quite early this morning, setting these tracks for the para athletes. 8 o'clock start for them here in Canmore, Alberta. Another beautiful day here, day 4, Mass Start Classic at the Canadian Ski Championships. And again, if you're just joining us, it's awesome to be able to share this event with you through our live streaming. The live streaming here is supported by Salomon and Rundle. Super thank you to them. Welcome to the friends and family from across Canada and around the world who are joining us. On the line right now, Yves Bourque, 585, bib 585. You can see him right there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Great forward shot here as the officials hold him back, making sure there's no false start, keeping it fair. His coach, left side of the corner, François Trudeau, sitting there ready to go, ready to give him some advice, last-minute advice as needed, but also helping with the event overall, just keeping an eye out on his athlete. Also, right behind him wearing that red vest, Jen Neeson. She is a international para committee classifier, so she works with the Fédération Internationale de Ski, so FIS, and she's an international classifier. And what classifiers do is they will put the athletes through a medical and technical test to put them into those categories that we talked about earlier this morning, those LWs, locomotor winter categories, and they will be assessed on their capacity, their strength, their flexibility, their range of motion, as well as their technical capacity, and then they're classified into those groups. Here we go, Yves off the start. Yves Bourque from Maurice Ski in Quebec. He is what we call an LW11. The LW 10 to 12 categories are our sit skiers. This is what you see out here today. This morning is our sit skiers. Cara would be considered an LW 11.5. Lynn-Marie LW 12, and Paolo LW 10. Leo is an LW 10. Yves is an LW 11, and Caden, who will be starting shortly, is an LW 12. So as the numbers reflect, the higher the number, the higher the capacity, the higher the muscular strength, range of motion. So 10 being the lower end of that category, 12 being the higher end. And so for them to be able to race together in an equitable manner, they are assigned a classification number which relates to a percentage of their real time. So Caden will be our final starter today for the mass start, 7.5 kilometers. Now, these athletes are doing 3 laps of a 2.5 kilometers, and the 2.5 kilometers is actually part of our Frozen Thunder Loop. And so for those of you who haven't been out to Canmore or who don't know what our Frozen Thunder Loop is, part of our capacity to be so competitive as Canadians is the ability to get on snow early in the year. So Frozen Thunder is a 2.5 kilometer loop that through the winter we pile up snow into a big deep hole, 2 now actually, and cover it with sawdust. And the sawdust allows us to insulate the snow through the summer and pull the snow out early October to get that loop going. Look at this, hand on the shoulder by the official, holding Caden back. They will release their hand right there. You saw it, releasing the hand off the shoulder, letting Caden know it's time to go. Final starter here in our Para Nordic mass start. So while they all started at different times through their whole back, the race final rankings are still first across the line. So first to the post for the rankings today. Obviously, they're racing against each other. Not uncommon in the Para-Nordic field to have men and women racing against each other. But for final results, we will be pulling those results apart and ranking our women's sit skiers and ranking our men's sit skiers at 2 individual categories. So those of you just joining, the Para-Nordic 7.5 kilometer mass start this morning, 3 loops of the 2.5 kilometer. Beautiful view here. You can see the tracks set this morning for the Mass Start Classic. The bit later on this morning, we'll be starting the day off with our U18 men, and we'll talk about the seating and how that's all organized. The men will be doing a 15-kilometer race today. The U18 men doing a 15-kilometer race. That'll be 3 times the 5K course. Now, if anybody's been watching already, that is not an easy 5-kilometer course with 2 big climbs, one known as the Becky Scott climb and the wall. And if you think of something like a wall, you gotta know that's steep and long and grueling for those athletes 3 times around that course. So quite a challenging mass start course today. A lot of athletes on course, and definitely in the mass start, we'll be looking at all the tactics required to be successful in an event like that. So what will be the race strategy? And we may see very different approaches. Some skiers will want to push the pace right off the start, trying to break the field early. Others are going to sit maybe in a pack, conserving energy, drafting, waiting for their moment to strike. So definitely will be exciting to see the different choices that the athletes are making today in their pacing and in their tactics. Key course features to check out today. Climbs, as I said, we've got 2 quite large climbs in there. So we're going to see if the athletes have the power endurance to attack on a climb, or will they wait for a technical downhill? There's a lot of fast and technical skiers here today using that aggressive approach, but on the same time trying to avoid crashes. So positioning will be crucial as they head into those downhill sections. And then in the longer races today, in the 15-kilometer races, even in the 10-kilometer, you're going to see coaches doing what we call feeds. And feeds is the coaches on the side of the trail giving the athletes some sort of fluid, whether the common ones being flat Coke or a Gatorade or some sort of electrolyte drink, just to give those athletes a little bit of boost of energy, maintain those blood sugars throughout those 15 kilometers. And this feeds become quite critical as distances get bigger, especially when we start seeing 20, 30, and 50-kilometer races. So things to watch for today as we're heading into our mass starts for the U18s this morning. And currently just waiting to see our Para Nordic athletes come through for their first loop of the 2.5-kilometer race. We have 6 athletes that started this morning in our Para Nordic. Cara Duville, LW 11.5, Lynn-Marie Bilodeau. And speaking of Cara, here she is popping into your screen here in the bottom right-hand corner. Cara Duville from Foothills Nordic. And one of the fantastic things that we're starting to see more and more here in Canada is inclusion of both para and Olympic stream athletes in clubs across Canada. Fantastic VI programs happening at Nakertalk, Foothills with Cara, Larch Hills, with the likes of Natalie Wilkie as well as Cadence. So really great to see that inclusion. Leo Samarelli right behind, but you can see Lynn Marie hunting them down, chasing after Cara Duville. And another thing you'll notice is the difference in the types of sit skis that the athletes have. So definitely using the advantages and their strength and building sit skis that fit their biomechanics optimally, giving them the best chance to generate as much power as possible on each of those strokes. Leo coming around in the LW10, and the LW10 being the bottom of that sit ski category. And you'll notice how he's more in a seated with his knees up position. Lynn Marie in a kneeling position. So she is an LW10, that highest classification of sit skiers, in a kneeling position. And you'll notice differences in all of the sit skis of our athletes, really geared towards optimizing their own personal biomechanics. Earlier this week, Para Nordic athletes had an interval start earlier this week. In the women, Cara Duville took that first place position, followed by Lynn Marie. Lynn Marie was about 28 seconds behind, so we'll look to see if today Lynn Marie, over the longer distance, is able to close that gap, even push past Cara. And in our men, we had Leo Samarelli as our winner, followed by Yves. Yves was again behind by about 30 seconds, so we'll see if Yves making a push today through the mass start. Known for his endurance, known for his capacity to pace a longer distance really well. So interesting to see where Yves will fall today. Caden in third on that interval start earlier this week, and Paolo in fourth. So several skiers out on course right now. Several have already finished their first lap. We should be seeing Yves and Caden coming around shortly. And speaking of which, there's Yves in the bottom right of your screen. Right there, and as we said, nice and consistent cadence for Yves. Veteran of the sport, mentor to many para-sit skiers. Earlier this year in November, Nordiq Canada held their development camp, and so great to see the experience, the mentorship of athletes like Yves come to our development camps and offer that information sharing, that experience with the younger up-and-coming athletes to ensure that they have excellent experiences, inspiring them to continue on in the sport. So really great to see that transition and translation of experience and information to our younger athletes. So Yves Bourque, 585, just coming around the first corner of his first lap. Waiting to see Caden now come up. We should be seeing him shortly. Alors, pour ceux qui viennent juste nous joindre, nous sommes ici aujourd'hui pour le départ en masse de Para Nordic, hommes et femmes aussi, U18, moins 18 pardon, et moins 16 cet après-midi. Ça sera un parcours de 15 km pour les moins 18 et 10 km pour les -16. Et en ce moment, nous sommes dans la course de Para Nordic, ici à Canmore, en Alberta. And there you see Caden coming into your screen there. Nice, consistent cadence. There's a slight upgrade here coming into the stadium. And you'll notice body positions will change depending on the terrain for these athletes. The uphill, getting them into a bit more of a forward-leaning position, a little bit higher of a cadence as they push up this hill. Obviously, going into a more aerodynamic position on downhills for them. So same tactics, same approach as our Olympic athletes within the range of motion that these athletes have, within the muscular capacity that these athletes have. The background noise you're hearing, as I've mentioned earlier this week, I am sitting in the timing room, the race secretaries, the bib sorting, as well as the live announcing. So getting to share into that ambiance as you hear the background noise happening here with me up in the booth tonight. Events like this are not possible without fantastic sponsors and supporters. Our organizing committee, the Canmore Nordic Ski Club, based here out of Canmore, Alberta, are extremely grateful to their gold sponsors for this event: the Government of Alberta, the Canmore Kananaskis Tourism, Recovery Zone at One Wellness in Canmore, the Town of Canmore, and of course, Talus Lodge. It's a long week here at the National Championships. Most athletes will have 4 starts this week. Recovery and nutrition are incredibly important to maintain the energy, to recover quickly for the next day of racing. And this could not be possible without great sponsors like our Save On Food tent. Our Save On Food local grocer has been supplying the finish line recovery drinks and snacks for athletes all week and will continue to do so, as well as for our volunteers. Over 450 volunteers here helping out with the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in Canmore. And of course, they need to be fueled. Long days for them, some of them on site from 5 o'clock this morning till 11 o'clock at night. So super grateful, and many thanks to Save On Foods for supplying the fuel that we need to make this event happen. For the recovery for our athletes, Recovery Zone at One Wellness in Canmore is the athlete hub for recovery during nationals. Everything to do with recovery, from Normatex, cold tanks, steam and sauna baths, and of course a recovery lounge. Super cool place to hang out, focus on your recovery, meet athletes from across the country. Check them out, recoveryzone.ca. So second lap has started for our athletes in the Para Nordic mass start. A little bit of a difference between our Para Nordic mass starts and our Olympic mass starts. In the Para Nordic mass start, we have what we call a hold back time. And as we explained earlier, due to the different strengths and capacities, abilities of our athletes, we want to make it as equal and as fair as a playing field between each of the categories. So a calculated time and hold back based on the athlete's performance earlier this week in the interval start, as well as their category, allows us to place the athletes in a starting order with a percent holdback time to make it very exciting, so that when they're crossing the finish line, it's a true first past the post finish ranking for these athletes. So if we've done the math correctly, we should see some nice tight sprints to the finish for these Para Nordic athletes on a 7.5 kilometer mass start day. In the left side of your screen there, you're seeing some athletes warm up. Our U18 men on deck coming up for their start this morning. 15-kilometer race for them, starting shortly, but you can see they're just out warming up, doing some wax testing, some ski selections, getting ready for their start today. For those of you who aren't currently involved in the sport of cross-country skiing, first question, why not? And secondly, why not? Cross-country skiing is such an accessible sport, as you can tell, for anyone new to Canada, new to skiing, para athletes, visually impaired athletes, as well as our entire Olympic stream. And we are lucky to boast phenomenal clubs across Canada offering excellent programming for whatever your entry level is, whether you're 6 and starting in our Jackrabbit program to competitive masters to just wanting to get out recreational cross-country skiing. Cross-country skiing is such a welcoming and accessible sport. Check out NordicCanada.ca, find a club, and find a club close to you to get involved in. Lots of opportunities to volunteer as well as officials, event organizers, parents giving out cross-country ski lessons to their kids. So what a great sport, what a great way to get involved in your community. Coming into the finish of their second lap, we see that Leo Samarelli has made it past Cara and Lynn Marie, currently leading right now for the men's Parasitski. That's Leo Samarelli, bib 584. And just to note, if you're looking for performances and how athletes are doing during a race, oftentimes just looking at their bib number gives you an indication. Athletes start in ranking order of bibs, so when we start to see a higher bib number ahead of a lower bib number, we can tell that those athletes have been passed. So Leo Samarelli, 584, have made the pass. Lynn Marie, 582, has passed Cara Duville. Excellent racing happening right here. It seems like Lynn Marie is going to go chase down Leo Samarelli. Excellent work for Cara Duville here. Working out, Cara's just moved into a new sit-ski this year, new position for her, more aggressive. Member of Foothills Nordic here in the Canmore, Calgary area. Cara just doing a small adjustment there, making sure after a corner like that that her body position is back to being optimal in that sit ski as she heads down the course into her third lap. Leo Samarelli currently leading overall for both men and women. Lynn Marie leading for the women right now in the Para Nordic mass start. Here we go, Eve Bork just coming up from the bottom right of your screen there, trying to make up some time. And again, looking at the bib numbers, we can see that Eve has moved up. Caden not too far behind, trying to chase him down. And of course, if you're checking out up in the top left corner of your screen, seeing some of those U18 men warming up for their start this morning, which will be at 9 o'clock, a 15-kilometer start, 3 laps of a grueling 5K, 2 big climbs in there, the Becky Scott and the wall. So lots and lots of power endurance for these athletes, lots of pacing, lots of tactics for those U18 boys. Here we see Kanan coming into the screen here, still has an entire lap to catch up and make his move. Can he do it? Will he be able to get in touch with Eve there just ahead of him by about probably 30 or 40 seconds? So exciting to watch. And again, looking at the different styles of the sit ski, Caden is in a kneeling sit ski, and you can tell the position. Basically, his weight is resting on his knees and his shins. For Caden, who has that range and mobility, the capacity to get more flexion through his hip, getting more power on the poles. Caden did just move from a sitting where he was sitting directly instead of a kneeling this year, so also learning to ski and adapt technique into this new sled that he has. So very exciting to see these athletes develop and grow as strength and capacity build. Technique, they're able to adjust their sitting position to be most optimum from them. 40 minutes to start to the men's U18 15-kilometer race. Wax Tech's out doing their last testing, last touch-ups on the ski. It is a classic race today. Cross-country skiing does have 2 distinct techniques, the classic and the skate technique. There are obviously sub-techniques within each of those classes. So in our skate technique, we will hear 1 skate, 2 skate, herringbone, and double pole. Double poling being a common technique between both techniques. In our classic technique, we will have a diagonal stride, a kick double pole, and as well as a herringbone run and a double pole technique. So today is the classic technique, and we'll chat more about that classic technique in a little while. Currently, we are in the last lap of our Para Nordic 7.5K mass start today. If you're just tuning in this morning, welcome to the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in Canmore, Alberta. A huge shout out and thank you to the incredible organizing committee, the Canmore Nordic Ski Club, who have put a year of work into preparing for this event. They are hosting 800 athletes here. Quite a turnout from across the country, representation from 11 of our divisions, and not just a national event, an international event outside of Canada, 9 other countries participating, the greatest representation in the international category, of course, being from our American cousins to the south. 37 American athletes here today. Always welcome, always great to see depth of field here at these high-level competitions. The Ski Nationals is a FIS sanctioned race. The International Ski and Snowboard Federation, that is our international federation that oversees cross-country skiing in the world, has sanctioned this event for our open category. Our open category, of course, being the oldest age group here, and athletes that are participating in that open category have the ability to collect FIS points. Now, why do we want to collect FIS points? FIS points have a few purposes for those older athletes. One, it is used for seeding at international events, and 2, they have to make a minimum benchmark to be able to start at international events as well with FIS points. In Canada, we use what we call the Canadian points list, and similar calculation as the FIS points, but obviously targeted to domestic events here in Canada. Athletes who attend Tier 2 and Tier 1 events get what we call Canadian points list points. These are calculated over best 7 races for the athletes in sort of a rolling manner. And then those points are used for seeding. So for a day like today, a mass start day, those seed points become incredibly important. You'll see when our U18 men start, when you have over 100 starters on the line, the closer you are to the start, the better position you are in, not having to fight your way, do the salmon run up through all of those other athletes. So higher the CPL points, the closer to the front of the start you will be for the mass start, the better positioning that is for your start. So athletes through the season, attending all sorts of different races, will have a best of 7 Canadian points list points, which will rank them for their seeding. And you'll see the chevron later today when we look at the start of the men's 18 at 9 o'clock this morning. Last lap of our Para Nordic sit ski mass start, 7.5 kilometers. And as I mentioned earlier, that 7.5 kilometers is run over 3 laps of the 2.5 kilometer Frozen Thunder loop. Frozen Thunder being our early season training loop for our skiers, storing snow throughout the whole summer under piles of sawdust as insulation. And then mid-October, the snow gets rolled out, and it's quite a project to see roll out with all the trucks and front-end loaders pulling snow out of that big pile, that big hole, and then spreading it out over the 2.5 kilometers so that our athletes can start training early in the season. Outside right, you can see Leo Samarelli coming in right now. Right there, being hunted down behind by Lynn Marie Bilodeau, both members of our National Para Nordic Ski team. Big finish here for them as they're coming into their last lap here of the Para Nordic Mass Start Classic. Great finish here for Leo. Lots of consistency in his cadence. Pushing through, we can see him passing the turn zone, coming into the final finish corridors here into his tracks. He knows Lynn Marie's not far. There she is, hunting him down, wanting to get in as close as she can to him, if not even catch him as she passes through those red V boards, but I don't think it's going to happen. Leo Samarelli currently right now, our winning time approximately 27 minutes, 30 seconds. Still last few pushes into the finish. Lynn Marie not giving up a second, seeing how close she can get to Leo right now. And our winner will be Leo Samarelli from British Columbia. Excellent race by him. Looking at the 582 there. Quite the effort put in by Lynn Marie, trying to chase him down through that finish line right now. Let's see what her split time will be behind Leo. Currently about 16, 17 seconds behind him. Last few quick strokes there. Great work, about 20 seconds, 19.4 seconds behind Leo Samarelli is Lynn Marie Bilodeau, but she is our first finisher for the women sit ski. So there you go, 2 new crowned national champions right there. Leo Samarelli, Lynn Marie Bilodeau. Lynn Marie hanging on her poles right now on the finish line. Quite tired, having put in a monumental effort. We see Eve Bourque coming in. What a fantastic race for Eve, being chased down now by Cara Duville and Kaden Baum. Man, these guys have really closed the gap on each other. Exactly what we want in a hunting start. Eve making the push. He knows Cara's close behind. He knows Kaden is trying to chase him down. Into the finish, you can see Cara's position there. Really forward, really quick, high cadence, trying to make it as much time as she can. And about 1:10 back from Leo Samarelli. Eve Bourque, our silver medalist here in the Para Nordic Mass Start. And Cara Duville, taking a deep breath as she comes across the finish line. Fantastic race. And rounding us out, Kaden Baum for the men. So what a great race here for the Para Nordic men. Excellent finish here. Leo Samarelli, Lynn Marie Bilodeau, Cara Duville, Kaden Baum out on course, or just finishing and crossing the finish line for us. Fantastic race. See them just sitting there, lots of deep breathing happening. 7.5 kilometers, and while it is the Frozen Thunder Loop for sit skiers, there's quite a few good climbs on that course. Even that last push up into the stadium has quite the incline to it. Great race. Lynn Marie doing a little bit of a debrief there with fellow Quebec teammate Eve Bourque. Cara Duville getting a little bit of electrolytes into her after that race. So great finish to our Para Nordic Mass Start racers out there today. 2 new national champions, Leo Samarelli for our men's sit ski and Lynn Marie Bilodeau for our women's sit ski. So congratulations to our new national champions. Fantastic race as they head over for some interviews with our social media man and Nathaniel Ma. Big smiles there from Cara Duville. She knows she's put the effort in today. Great work. Lynn Marie sporting her classic Bilodeau baubles there, her hairstyle known since the Beijing Games in 2022. Fantastic to hear the commentator refer to them as the Bilodeau baubles. So a well-known hairstyle here for Lynn Marie. It's her fast hairstyle, she likes to call it. Sporting it on all the days that she's performing. So fantastic to see that as well. Great smiles, great camaraderie here at the finish line. 30 minutes away from the start of the men's U18 Mass Start. If you are just joining us today, the Mass Start is very exciting. All the top skiers will go head to head. So you'll see what we call the corral here with all of the classic tracks that our Para Nordic sit skiers just skied through. Over 100 U18 men will be lined up in what we call the chevrons in their seated order due to their Canadian points list, and they will all start at the same time. 3 laps of a 5-kilometer grueling uphill, downhill, technical corner course here today. Mentioned a bit earlier, there will be feeds out on course, and that is coaches who will be in what we call feed zones. So they're only allowed to stand in certain areas of the course, which we call the feed zones, and they're allowed to hand a fluid to the athletes. So popular here is the flat Coke or an electrolyte drink such as Gatorade, Powerade, etc. Gives the athletes a little bit of fluid and nutrition, energy as they go through a difficult 15-kilometer course. And we'll be right back after a few messages as we get into our men's U18 Mass Start.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, start with $1 million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that we are set for life. Yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. She know when they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it. I've been cut on my habits, so I gotta do it better than the math is. Cause I've been really good and I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this. They gonna see that
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
dreaming, gonna keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gonna keep breathing, yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, at least for the moment, it's out in a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, nobody gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I've been cutting my habits, so I gotta do it, man, I tell them the math is, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing, yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, at least for the moment, start with a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I've been cutting my habits, so I gotta do it, man, I gotta know madness, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
And welcome back to the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. If you're looking on your screens right now, we're getting close to the start of the men's U18 mass start. Exciting. What you're watching right now is the athletes, what we call loading the grid. So all of the athletes will be starting at the same time. We've got 119 starters in the men's U18 grid. So 119 athletes out on course today, all starting at the same time. How is this not chaos? Well, this is what our grid is for. The athletes are seated according to their Canadian points list points, which is a national ranking system that we use. And they are put into chevrons, with the highest ranking athletes getting to start at the front and the slower athletes with the lower CPL points starting towards the back. Now, what we have noticed is that while it is beneficial to be at the front so you don't have to swim through the crowd and fight your way forward, last year's winner and 2 years ago winner was actually placed about mid-pack. I think his position was a 46 for the start and managed to win it. So while there is an advantage to having that lead position, those top-seeded positions, skills, determination, grit, and excellent tactics can make this anyone's race for the day. So, men's U18, some of the names to watch out for: Zachary Moreau, Thierry Olivier, Theo Wadsworth, Owen Sedarius, Tanner McConkey, Joel Thibault, Axel Hoistin. If we look back to the races already completed this week in our men's 10-kilometer interval, from the winner, Zachary Moreau. Second place was Theo Wadsworth. Third place, Owen Sedarius. Fourth was Tanner McConkey. Fifth, Finnegan Bradford. And sixth with Axel Hoistin. And a lot of those similar names showed up in that Sprint Classic final. Thierry Olivier and Zach Moreau switching positions there. First and second for the Sprint Classic final. So exciting to see some of those names popping up now on your screen. Zachary Moreau in that first pole position, as we're going to use a F1 analogy. And then if you look at the numbers on the sort of second from the right column, those are those CPL points we're talking about. Those are how those athletes are seated. And you notice the start time is the same for everyone. Athletes staying limber, keeping their skis moving if they've got them on, still getting ready. Lots of tactics in the mass start format. All of the athletes will start together, not like in the interval race that you saw earlier this week where there was that 30-second time spread. And then this means positioning is key right from the start, right? And we often see fast pace early on as those athletes fight for a front position, but also drafting and pack strategy play a huge role in this. So expect to see some lead changes, tactical surges, all sorts of stuff happening today. And also 3 times a 5-kilometer course with some pretty hard climbs. One of the fun new things this year happening, Canmore Nordic has introduced, is the King and Queen of the Mountain. So, King and Queen of the Mountain, what does it mean? Every day there's a King and Queen of the Mountain up for grabs for a climb segment as well as a descent segment on the 5K course. Today they get to do it 3 times. And Zone 4 is doing that timing for us. The climb, the start is just before the steep climb in the finger, and they'll finish at the top of Becky Scott's Hill. The descent will start at the sharp left turn at the Weather Tower and finish just above the stadium as we hit the track. So we'll have to keep an eye out for those King and Queens of the Hill. Well, the current King of the Hill is William Armstrong from Wapiti Nordic. He won for the men's interval start on earlier this week. And we'll have to see how that goes today. The King of the Descent, Gabriel Doyon from Orford. So keeping an eye out also for King and Queens. You can see the athletes are sort of moving their skis back and forth, back and forth. No one really standing still. This is a classic race. Classic means that the athletes will have waxed a grip zone, a kick zone under their skis. And them moving back and forth like that is really just to keep them from icing up, not getting snow accumulation, so they have good grip. And especially on a competitive World Cup level course like this with some big hills, that is very important. Bib number one in the front, Zachary Moreau wearing his classic cow hat. And the yellow bib beside is the current leader, overall leader for the men's U18. We're getting ready to start. Poised and ready Loaded pulls and off they go. Double pulling right off the start. Some diagonal stride off the start. Huge group of athletes heading out there. 119 starters in the men's U18 15-kilometer mass start. So let's watch these tactics as the athletes get into their race pace. Right up that first climb. Right up that first climb. Here we go out of the stadium. As you can see, a little bit of a different course here today. Pushing up, double pull where they are, that yellow bib out in the front. Thierry Olivier as our current leader at the moment. Huge group, and we'll see this group together for a little bit, but should start to spread out quite quickly on this challenging course. So what's the early race strategy on something like this? Do you push the pace? Do you try to break away and get? Do you stay in a pack, work with the people around you for some drafting, trying to conserve the energy, waiting for that moment to strike? What a shot. 119 U18 men in Canada pushing up that first incline in the course of the mass start. So, and again, it's a 15-kilometer course, 3 times the 5K, classic technique. Huge crowds out today, actually. Fantastic to see the support of our community, parents as well as families and friends from across Canada here today cheering on the athletes. For those that are watching, you can see some of those coaches running with extra poles and skis. That is allowed. If an athlete does have an issue on course with broken equipment, a coach can hand that athlete an additional pole or an extra ski as needed. So support there out on course will also happen through the feed zones. And the feed zones are the coaches handing the athletes either some flat Coke, some electrolyte drink, and for some even just refueling water for the athletes to maintain their hydration and maintain the energy throughout the course. So athletes just poking up over the top of the hill. They're going to head into their first big climb here. And there you go. We have a shot here. Nice shot. Should see the group coming around. We'll see if there's been any sort of spreading out of the group. Do we have an early breakaway pack? Athletes are going to have to make a lot of tactical choices in this course. Alors, nous sommes dans le départ de masse 15 km pour les moins 18, les hommes moins 18. Dans une course de départ en masse, tous les athlètes s'élancent ensemble, contrairement aux courses en départ individuel où ils partent un par un. Cela signifie que la position est cruciale dès le coup de feu. Et nous voyons souvent un rythme rapide dès le début alors que les skieurs se battent pour une bonne place. Alors nous attendons les athlètes ici. On va voir qui a eu la première position, qui est en train d'utiliser des tactiques plus conservatives. Who's being conservative? Who's being aggressive right out of the get-go? Names to watch: Zachary Moreau, Thierry Olivier, Theo Wadsworth, Owen Siderius, Tanner McConkey, Axel Hoystons, Finnegan Bradford, Joël Thibault, all who have been placing in those top 10 positions in our interval and sprint classic earlier this week. So final individual start for the athletes this week for the U18 men. They will round out their competition on Friday with the Division Club Relay. Fantastic event. 4 members to a team, 2 men, 2 women, 1 man, 1 woman skating a classic leg, 1 man, 1 woman skiing a skate leg. So exciting 4x5, 4x3 relay coming up on Friday this week. But right now, last individual start for our men U18 out on course. All right, here we are. We start seeing them. Great to see the backs of all our volunteers and all of our cheering athletes right now, but we'll see if we can't get those areas cleared up from the camera views shortly. But we can see the athletes coming through. Hard to tell right now who's ahead, but the pack is definitely starting to spread out a little bit. This is where the wax techs are going to start to see, did they nail that wax? Did they get the wax right today? So classic, definitely more of a challenge to wax on a classic day. It's all about that balance between the kick zone and the glide zone. So challenging for Waxex, especially on a longer day. Really need to make sure you also balance the application, that it lasts for the 15 kilometers. Very much an uphill course for these athletes, so kick zone will be incredibly important. So coming into your shot right now, the men's U18 mass start. Still a big group together. Don't forget 119 starters today in the U18 group. They will be followed by the U18 women upon completion of their run. And you can see there's a yellow bib. That's your leader. That's your current U18 leader right now. Overall leader gets to carry the leader bib, but it looks like we've had a little bit of a switch up. Let's see if we can't read those bibs. Who is that leading? I believe that's bib number 6, Joël Thibault. Trying to make a little bit of an early push up those hills right now. Great slow motion here, getting to watch the technique, really looking at that compression of the kick zone, the capacity of those athletes to really drive off of that zone, pushing down, making contact with the snow, and then driving the center of mass forward. So great view here. Some of the athletes using a variety of technique. We just see that kick double pole there, some double poling, a lot right now because of the incline, using that diagonal stride. Another great shot of these beautiful groomed trails, the Rocky Mountains in the background right there. And of course, our sponsor, Salomon, for whom, if not without them, we would not be able to offer this live streaming across the country. So massive thank you to Salomon and Rundle to make the live stream possible here at the 2025 Ski Nationals in Canmore, Alberta. Massive shout out, of course, to our organizing committee, the Canmore Nordic Ski Club. And we all know none of this is possible without the support of all of our sponsors. And especially a shout out to our silver sponsors, Trail Sports. It's a local best ski shop here located right in the parking lot of the Canmore Nordic Centre. Now we're starting to see sort of that group really spreading out through the course. Looking to see who today is going to be king of the hill for the U18. So just again, a reminder, there is the king and queen of the mountain happening. Climb is going to be just before the steep climb in the finger, and it finishes at the top of the Becky's Hill. So will the athletes want the glory of the title, or will they be pacing and maintaining, conserving energy to make it through this 15-kilometer mass start? Beautiful day here, a little over clouded here, but sitting at about -3, feels like -3, air temperature of 0 degrees. No new snow overnight. No new snow overnight, so good for the Wax Techs. They know what they're dealing with. They dealt with it yesterday. Hoping the sun comes out later today, but again, that's going to cause changes to snow temperature and snow conditions, which may affect temperature. Here we go. Coming up the hill, we can see there's some athletes that are already having to herringbone walk the hill. Perhaps some challenges with the glide, perhaps some challenges with energy. We do see a little bit of slippage out there. The athlete is allowed to do a herringbone walk. What they can't do is actually glide in between. And there you see just a quick zoom of the athletes coming down that first hill here. Really into those nice tuck positions just in the bottom of your screen there. Watching that first lead group sort of come down that hill. And again, like we mentioned, coaches on the side of the course with poles, ready to help if the athletes are having any issues, any trouble. And if you see on your right-hand screen, there's coach walking up with a bag. I suspect that's probably a bag full of feeds, which will be these little bottles full of flat Coke, full of an electrolyte drink or something for the athletes. And it's great to watch those feed zones where they exchange and hand the athlete the drink. The athletes do not stop. They just quickly take a drink, throw the bottle. And of course, our coaches, super environmentally conscious, will go around and pick up all those bottles afterwards, making sure that we leave nothing on the trail here at the Canmore Nordic Centre. The top of the wall. And the athletes coming up the top of the wall. Becky Scott is in that distance, sort of in that middle right of your screen. That's the Becky Scott hill up to the top of the wall. And then the athletes heading into their first descent. They're going to go into the whale tail up to the weather station. And we should be getting a shot of the weather station shortly. And it's that sharp left-hand turn after the weather tower, weather station, and right down into the stadium that we're measuring the King of the Mountain descent section. So right now, great view of the uphill climb. I have to say, though, having actually skied this is not a true indication. It is not reflective of the incline that this hill is at. Very tough climb for these athletes, very sustained climb for these athletes. So those of you joining, those of you with us, Zone 4 is your place for live timing of this event. U18 men's mass start classic. Sorry, I'm chewing my words here. 15 kilometers, 3 times 5 kilometers, challenging loop right now. Great view from the descent right now where I'm sitting. We can see the group has spread out significantly at this point. Really, really wide spread out, but it's still early days, only finishing the first lap right now, so still 2 more laps. Anything can change in a mass start, and oftentimes we'll see what we call a sprint to the finish. So after really, really pushing hard for 15 kilometers, it comes sometimes down to that last couple hundred meters where the athletes have to really show their diversity in their skill set. So not just that speed endurance, but also just top critical speed, alactic speed, getting them across that finish line first. So again, that's the shot of our climb. The uphill portion of that is where we're giving out the King and Queen of the Mountain. It's the best individual single pass through. So the athletes today get 3 times to vie to be King of the Hill up and 3 times to be King of the Hill in the descent. So climbing and descent. Looks like fast conditions out there today. Just watching the athletes actually doing that descent right now. From my point of view, we can see on the top left at the weather station, the U18, Jacob Labrie with a time of 11:27. Noah Wilson about 7 seconds behind that. Aiden Cotter 22 seconds behind that. So great that we're up and running now with our splits. You can see this is the split at the top, the weather station split. Jacob Labrie leading, but that can change. We see our gentleman coming into the stadium right now. Good pace. We can see Thierry is leading that, followed by Zachary, not far behind. Number 7, Gavin Chatterton. Just a small group. So this is our lead pack right now. A couple seconds behind. We can see number 44 trying to stay in touch with that lead group. Really important that they don't let them get too far ahead of them. 44 and 40. Joshua Adams and Evan Rebane. So one of the things to remember, and we talked about earlier today, was the start position being critical. But also we have something we call out-skiing your bib number. So you can see 40 and 44 have made great strides through that first lap, getting up and close, trying to get in touch with that lead pack right now. Thierry Olivier leading right now, first lap 13:27. Gavin Chatterton right behind. Zachary Moreau, Axel Hoyston. A lot of those names we saw over the week. Joe Robsworth, Riley Hobbs, Owen Sidarius. Names that we've been seeing sort of being flipped around in those top 10, top 12 positions through the interval and the mass. In the classic sprint, So big spread now, big spread of this group of the men's U18 category. But again, still early days, 2 laps still to go for these athletes. Anyone's game still, lead pack, those chasing down the lead pack as well. So classic technique today. Very important that those wax techs have hit that kick zone. 6 big climbs today throughout that 15 kilometers. Application of the wax, selection of the wax, critical also to performance today. We're going to see these athletes as they head up this climb again, going into that diagonal stride, trying to maintain the double pole position, polling position as they go, the faster of the diagonal stride techniques, the faster of the classic techniques. And a reminder that skate technique is not allowed today. Skate technique is not permitted. The athletes are allowed to do what's called a step turn to go around the corners. But skate technique would result in an infraction or a violation. So definitely our officials out on course today keeping an eye out for any technique infractions, any obstruction, etc. But also more just to keep the course safe and fair for everyone out there today. Climbing into that hill. We'll see our next split at the weather station in a few minutes. But lots of just very controlled pacing right now. Part of the tactics on a mass start is very much about line choices, pacing, strategies on conserving energy, but also staying in touch with that lead pack, waiting for their moment to strike. So we see a little bit of that running herringbone that we've talked about. That is a classic technique that is permitted on course today. Making their way second time around this, heading up that Becky Scott hill and then the wall. We know when things are named after your Olympic gold medalist or an inanimate wall, you know that it's going to be hard. You know that it's going to be challenging for these athletes, critical for them to manage energy, manage their pacing as they climb up the hill. Some fun rules, some fun FIS, that's our International Federation rules. Pole length for these athletes. So one of the things that the officials are watching is the pole length in a classic technique. I brought this up earlier this week. In a classic technique, the athletes are only allowed to have poles that are up to 83% of their height. Now you're thinking, how do you measure that? Well, it's a fancy little board that they have at the start line, and basically the athletes stand. There's a quick calculation of their height to what their poles are, and then the poles are placed against the board as well and measured. So pole height is an issue in classic skiing. It is a rule in skating. The rule is up to a maximum of 100%. So your poles can only be as long as you are tall. Most people running between 82 to 95, depending on their biomechanics and their preference. So great shot here as the athletes are heading uphill. Notice the diagonal stride. A few of them still having to do that herringbone run. Is it easier? Is it faster? Is it a better conservation of energy? Or is it that their wax is not sticking? Hard to tell at this point. As I look out, I see some of the banners of our incredible sponsors. Of course, Salomon and Rundle being supporting us and allowing us to be able to share this with our family and friends across Canada, but also to our food donors, Save On, obviously creating this great opportunity at the end for the athletes to have some food and drink for recovery. Panago Pizza offering pizza for all the volunteers this week. Freshie offering wraps for all of our volunteers this week. Coke Canada donating 600 bottles of Powerade and body armor. And of course, Cornerstone Catering, who's offering coffee and snacks. Old Dutch, very important, salty snack and chips, everybody's favorite. And JK Bakery, 32 dozen buns for us so that our athletes and our coaches and our volunteers are fueled and ready to offer this incredible opportunity. King of the Hill right here, looking a great head-on shot of the athletes climbing up Becky Scott Hill into the wall. We'll be getting a split time really soon at the weather station. Great conditions out here today. Over here in Canmore, Alberta, a little bit of clouds, but that's okay. I think the athletes enjoy that without having the sun in their face. So, and consistent, keeps the consistency in the snow conditions. So always a challenge when the weather changes during the day. Fresh snow, sunshine, making it a challenge for techs to sort of guess ahead what those conditions will be like. But nice and consistent today, overcast. And our athletes are just heading up. You can see them now coming up the top of the wall. Lead group getting even more of a jump on the rest of the group at the moment. Seeing that leader bib right there, slipped back a little bit, Thierry and Zachary, but never to be undermined, those two. Great tactical skiing from them. Zachary Moreau, just coming back from Junior World Ski Championships with a phenomenal top 20 position in the Mass Start Classic race. So he is a veteran to this, knows how to race, knows how to make excellent tactical choices on a day like today. So great to see him here at our national championships. There we go. Tanner McConkey taking that first place position. Joël Thibault not far behind, 0.9. Theo Wadsworth third at that weather station split station. Thierry Olivier in fourth. Andreas Inkster fifth, and Zachary Mo in sixth, but really close behind, still in touch with that lead pack. Samuel Fontaine, Thomas Bellon, Heronland Gillis. Amazing to see these athletes really, really tight in that first group of 9. And we split off a few seconds back with Sonny and Gavin. And then the next group coming in at about 20, 25 seconds into that third pack. So seeing if especially Sonny and Gavin there, 11 seconds back from lead, but about 2 seconds from that lead pack. See if they can't get in touch with that lead pack again. And we'll see as they come through the stadium if we have some changes to those leaders. Tanner McConkey having a great week here so far. Fourth in the U18 men's interval race. Great race for him, but we know the names Thierry Olivier and Zachary Moreau. Theo Wadsworth, Finnegan Bradford, Axel Hoyston. So recurring names here as we see some of these athletes to watch. For those who want to see the live timing, head over to Zone 4 in your search bar. Check out 2025 Ski Championships right now. After the first lap, we had Thierry leading, but up at the wall, or up at the top of the weather station, sorry, we can see that Tanner McConkey has taken over that lead. Will he manage that? Will he hold on to it through the rest of the race? Too early to tell. A lot more climbing to go through, a lot more descending to go through, so we'll see what happens there. Right after the U18 men will be the U18 women. And there we go, we can see the lead group there starting their descent after the wall, heading into the weather station after Whale's Tail. All these local names for the trails that these athletes here have given over the years. Of course, big names like the Becky Scott Hill, the Sarah Renner Corner, and of course the Chandra Crawford Hut out in the meadows, named after our excellent and performing women Olympian athletes. The silver medal that Sarah and Becky got in that team sprint award, the phenomenal gold medal Chandra in her sprint, and of course on homegrown territory when Chandra won her gold medal right here in Canmore, coming into that stadium climb into her finish for the sprint finish, winning that gold medal. What an incredible experience that was. Wonderful to watch, fantastic to cheer on. Out today, we hear the cowbells. Can never have enough cowbells. Bring the cowbells. Such a cultural thing here, having cowbells at cross-country ski races. Fun to see at international events as well. Getting these massive Swiss cowbells out, kind of deafening sometimes, but really encouraging. The athletes seem to really thrive on that support and that noise. So bring on the cowbells, people. A lot of different types of racing and cross-country skiing keeps the sport exciting and allows us to see different athletes peak in different types of events, different winners, and the opportunity to showcase different strengths. So everything from sprint racing, which is anything from 1 to 1.8 kilometers and under 4 minutes of racing, to something like a 15-kilometer or a 50-kilometer race, which showcases different types of energy systems, strengths, and endurances. Way the courses are laid out will play to different people's strength, whether you're very aggressive climber or an aggressive downhill skier. So great thing about the sport of cross-country skiing is it really is diverse in its showcasing of abilities. Sprints to the finishes, long grinding climbs. So it's nice to see athletes having an opportunity to always have a different chance to excel in that area. sprints, interval starts, mass starts, pursuits, skiathlons, relays, team sprints. Also so many different types of racing competitions as well, allowing athletes to have diversity, keeping them engaged in the sport. Something for everyone, really. What a fantastic sport. Here we go. Coming into the stadium right now, we should be starting to see our athletes coming to finish of their second lap. Here we go down the hill. What a great shot. Here it is, king of the descent. That is our downhill into the stadium, up and over the bump, and then a nice right-hand turn into the stadium for their lap. Great to see. A lot of technique here. You can see that step turning as they're coming around the corner. Still trying to stay aggressive in those downhills. Keeping the body low, keeping the center of mass low in between the skis. Step turning around. There you go. Nice and smooth. Quick hops around the corner. One of the things is they're looking ahead, looking through the corner, not trying to stare down at their feet. Anyone who mountain bikes out there, very similar tactics. Looking around, looking ahead and through your corner as you're descending. So great technique there. We should be seeing them come into the stadium quite soon. A little bit of wind today. You can see the flutter flags going off there, but not too bad. 0 degrees in the air temperature. Feels a little bit like a -3 right now locally and on the ground. Spectators making their way up to see and cheer. If you're looking on your screen right now, you can see 2 skiers side by side coming down that gradual slope right there. Those are the wax technicians doing glide outs. Oh, we have an update on our weather station split. Simon Height right now. 25-45, Joshua Adams 2 seconds behind. Lucas Gitt 14 seconds behind Simon Height at the moment. Back to those wax technicians, the ones you see on your left side of your screen there, going up that slow grade. When they're coming down the hill side by side, they're doing what's called a glide out, and they're testing glide wax. Oh, over on your right, there they are, athletes coming through right after the Sarah Renner corner, coming around and down into their start of their third lap. Great tuck position from the athletes. We should see them standing up soon into their double pull. There you go. Have we had any changes? Terrier, Olivier there. Zachary Moreau looks like he's leading right now. Right there. Small group now. Small group who've made a big breakaway. We'll see the splits in a few minutes. As they come around the corner, looks like there's some pacing, looking around, trying to decide if they want to lead, where they want to step in. Looking at the bib numbers there, we see a lot of single digits, but we also see a lot of double digits. So again, while it's important to have a great start position, it doesn't mean you can't stay with that lead group. So about 11 people in that lead group, 12 people in that lead group, but you can see number 23 here, coming around the corner, wanting to stay in touch with that lead group, knows that he has to stay in touch with that lead group for a chance of a podium position. That's Samuel Fontaine, number 23 from Orford. He's being followed by number 11, Sony McLean from Buckley Valley, also trying to stay in touch. To number 20 there, Isaac Zimmerman from Saskatoon Nordic. Great to see. There's your splits right now on screen. So Axel Hoyston holding that first place position. He was third the other day in the Sprint Classic and 6th in the interval start. So no stranger to the podium positions. Theod Wadsworth not far behind. Thierry Olivier, Andreas Inkster, Tanner McConkey. And again, race is not over. One last lap going in to the 15-kilometer mass start final here. There you go. Some of the athletes coming through the stadium right now, hoping to get back in touch. Splits of over a minute now. It will be a lot of work if they think they're going to get back in touch with that lead group. But like we said, 11 athletes in that lead group, tightly spread out. Nothing decided yet in this race. Canmore Nordic suit going through there. Again, shout out to Canmore Nordic Ski Club for the absolutely phenomenal job they're doing of hosting this event. Been a while since Canmore Nordic hosted a big event, and they are simply crushing it out here. From fantastic ski courses, organized wax room, great communication to our coaches and athletes. Congratulations, Canmore Nordic. What a phenomenal job you're doing. 119 starters today. Over 800 athletes participating in the Nordiq Canada Ski National Championships. Today we're watching the mass start for our U18s and U16s, men and women. Great shot here, lots of action. So watching some of the athletes in the top left-hand corner coming down the hill, lapping through the stadium right now, starting their third and final lap. So will it be a sprint to the finish? 12 people in that lead group. Is that what we're going to see at the top of the weather station? Will we need a sprint to the finish? Classic conditions today, classic racing for these athletes. Lots of double pulling. Again, you see that skate step. They're allowed to do the step turn around the corner. And you can see these little red things popping up. We call those whiskers. And whiskers are another way of denoting changes in a course. So whether it's a turn zone or a technique zone, whiskers are a great way to communicate to athletes where they are and what is coming up on the course above them. So either side, you see the blue triangular plastic V-boards. That's another way of outlining the course for the athletes to ensure that they stay within the course and they stay safe. And right past those red whiskers is the turn zone, lapping around the stadium before they start their climb again up and out towards Becky Scott and the wall. A reminder, king and queen of the hill, both uphill and downhill, so both climbing and descending, is awarded each day for the fastest single time through that section. So looking at our split, currently in first, Axel Hoyston, 28 minutes, 02.7. Right now we're looking at athletes coming through the stadium at about 3 minutes, 36 seconds behind the leader. 3 minutes, 45 seconds behind the leader. Zone 4 providing you with the live timing right now. If you head over to zone4.ca, you can search for the 2025 Canadian Ski Championships and Google or click today is day 4, the mass start. Now, great shot actually right here of what we were talking about, the feed zone. See the athlete, the coaches with their arms up, they're holding a bottle. You can see the athlete grabbing the bottle, taking a couple sips and throwing. This is not a pause. It is not a rest for the athletes. Quickly grabbing that bottle, chugging down a couple of gulps of energy, throwing it back out on the side of the course. So that was a feed zone you got to watch right there. And very much something the athletes do practice in their practice sessions, being able to grab a bottle, take a sip, throw it back out without pouring it down them, without it exploding into their faces, without getting covered in sticky juices. So it is another technique that these athletes need to learn, another contributing factor to their performance, not losing any time through those feed zones. Great shot here, great forward shot of the diagonal stride as we watch the uphill. Cutting over to top of the climb here. Some of our spectators cheering on, watching our athletes. Here we go, lead group, I believe, coming around the corner here. Coaches cheering these athletes on, giving them encouragement, maybe some technical or tactical advice, but they've only got a few seconds to do that before these guys go flying by them right now. So great shot here of the group. This is our lead group. You see the yellow bib there, Thierry Olivier wearing the leader bib currently after the interval and sprint races that were held earlier this week. Waiting on an update here from the weather station, split times to see who our leader is. Athletes chasing in the back there. Starting to see a little bit of that slowing down, a little bit of the energy. These are big climbs. A lot of these athletes coming from provinces that have to find hills like this to practice on. So definitely an advantage to the local boys right now who train on these trails every day, getting to go up Becky Scott, doing repeats here, while some of our athletes from across Canada, some of the flatter sections of Canada, trying to find equivalent hills, trying to practice, getting ready for this. The great thing is they know a year out where those national championships are going to be held, so they have a year to get ready for it. Seeing a little bit of the slipping there, a little bit of the wax. Sometimes that slipping can happen because the pocket isn't being properly compressed, whether the athlete is tired, leaning too far forward, or maybe the wax has started to wear off, or it wasn't the wax choice for the day, the most ideal wax choice for the day. So lots of factors contributing to that, from the athlete's fatigue, position, technique, as well as wax choice, as well as conditions simply just changing as weather changes during the day. Starting to see quite the spread here from our current leader, Axel Hoyston, to about 7 minutes behind for some of the athletes coming into those splits. Great job. We're now up to the wall. Zachary Moreau has taken the lead, 34 minutes. Really, really tight behind him at about a second and a half are Theo Wadsworth and Joël Thibault. Axel Hoyston, who we had seen as our previous leader, now sitting in fourth. But again, 6 seconds back, anyone's game right now. But those 5 athletes are starting to do a bit of a break ahead here. 8 seconds ahead of 6th position, Andres Inkster. So maybe this is it. When we talked about tactics early on, when will they push the pace? When will they start to make that move, that positioning, to start to get into that lead pack and not have others catch up to them? So getting into that last half of the final lap for these athletes, this is where they're going to have to make their aggressive moves if they're going to move ahead. Pace is increasing, but again, pushing out in front. We can maybe see those athletes are going to work together to try to get ahead of those packs that are behind them trying to catch up. So if you're just joining us, men's U18 mass start 15-kilometer race, 3 by 5 kilometers right now. And we'll start to see some of our athletes coming into that finish line. Is it going to be a sprint to the finish? Starting after our men's U18 will be our women U18. They will be starting at 10 o'clock this morning. So the women's U18, they are also doing the 15-kilometer start. Fantastic thing a few years ago, FIS, our International Federation, did, but also the National Federation was to make equal distances for men and women. So historically, we would have seen a shorter distance. The women, they came back, they said, no way, we are strong, we are powerful, we have the same endurance, we're on the same courses and the same distance. So great move there for equality, having equal distance for men and women in all of the age categories. Also, I think the organizing committees were very grateful for that, not having to create different courses every day, but really focusing on delivering a solid one course per age group, being able to focus that energy and that expertise into that. Here we go. U18 boys up on the wall, 3 there. Riley Hobbs at a time of 34:47. Great split. We see right now headshot, front shot of Becky Scott's climb and ball. A lot of herringbone run happening there. Again, is it the wax? Is it the athletes? Is it the technique? Challenging course here for those athletes. Coaches on course, giving some encouragement, cheering the athletes on. There we go. Nice double pulling through the course here right now. We can see from the stadium, still a lot of those athletes climbing, but we should start to see our lead group coming into the final descent after the weather station before they hit the stadium. So cheering them out on course. You can see that feed zone again. Not a lot of athletes stopping in the 15K for the feed zone today. Something we see a lot more common in the longer distances, the 20, the 30s, and the 50 kilometers. See that spread as we see some of the athletes lapping through, climbing up. A bit of a challenge, you know, when you start in that big of a group and as you spread out, having to race it by yourself. No opportunity to draft, no opportunity to work with those around you. So very much a mental game right now for these athletes to stay connected, stay pushing themselves. We can see athlete number 117 there, Nicholas Hawkins from Yellowknife, coming around the corner there. There was an Akatok athlete in their distinctive yellow suit just ahead. Once again, huge thank you to Salomon and Rundle, allowing us to do this live stream, sharing these exciting races across Canada and around the world. Like we said, it's not just the national event. 10 countries in total represented here. So quite the international event. We have Norway, the US, France, Australia, Great Britain, Mexico. Quite a diverse group of international countries here represented. Here we go. Lead group coming down the hill. Coming down the hill. Looks like Zach Moreau is out in front. Thierry coming up in the fourth there. We got some Canmore Nordic athlete in there. Probably Theo Wadsworth doing their last little push over and final climb. We're going to be seeing them come into the finish very soon. Excellent downhill technique for these athletes. They're going to go up and over and then around the Sarah Renner corner under the bridge. Last downhill before they push into the final climb into the stadium. So great to see. We got some athletes now in that second pack coming down the hill, trying to see if they can catch up, but that lead group has too much of a lead for that anyone else to catch up to them at this point in the race. So final set of athletes coming into the finish line. Who will be our next U18 men's mass start 15-kilometer classic champion? Moments away from crowning the next winner. Will Thierry hold on to that leader bib position? Will he be upset by Axel, Zachary, Theo? So many of our top athletes right now, we're seeing repeated performances by them through the sprint classic final, through the interval start. Who's going to be the new overall leader? Who will be the new national champion? As you can see, our spectators are running down to get a good bird's eye view of that final stretch here. Jury member Ilana Gyaipai right there on the left. You can see the red jury bib on her. She's watching to make sure that the course is safe. And there we go. We have our leader coming in with quite a spread ahead. In first position, was Zach able to hold that position through Sarah Renner's corner? We'll see in just a moment when he stands up. What bib will we be seeing? Is it number 1? Or have we had an upset? Canmore Nordic. Canmore Nordic. Theo Wadsworth, number 3 bib, pushing to the finish, but hard on his tails. The two Quebecers, Thierry Olivier and Zachary Moreau, sprinting to the finish. Are we going to have an upset? Canmore Nordic will be cheering our host organizing committee. Is it going to be Theo Zachary hot on his tail, but relaxing, hands in the air, celebrating? Woo! Canmore Nordic across the line first. Theo Wadsworth with Zachary Moreau and Thierry Olivier not too far behind. And number 21, Riley Hobbs. Fantastic job, Riley Hobbs from Hollyburn. Number 8. Coming across the line, Axel Holston. Number 10 and number 4 fighting. Great lunge to the finish there. Number 10, Finnegan Bradford with number 4, Owen Sidarius pushing through. What a fantastic, exciting finish here at the Canmore Nordic Centre for the 2025 Nordic Canada Ski Nationals. What a fantastic race. Theo Wadsworth with a winning time of 42 minutes, 25 seconds. 2.5 seconds behind Thierry Olivier, followed by, oops, sorry, we just got a cut there on the feed. But fantastic racing here. You can see them collapsing across the finish line. Coming across now, Thomas Bellin, Andreas Inkster, minute behind Sonny McLean. Great spread from the winners. Fantastic racing here. What a great day for Canmore Nordic host organizing committee to watch one of their own win, the men's 15-kilometer. Little fun fact, Theo Wadsworth, son of Becky Scott and Justin Wadsworth. Becky Scott, the new CEO of Nordiq Canada. So excited to have her on board. And of course, Justin Wadsworth, head coach and high performance director for Biathlon Canada. So a little bit of cross-country ski royalty there. Fantastic to see, but Zachary Moreau so close, 2.5 seconds behind. Thierry Olivier, both from Mont Sainte-Anne, 4.6 seconds behind. You have a new national champion right there. Athletes keep coming in through the finish line. Lots of great sprinting to the end. Athletes keeping their position. So a lot at stake here. So it's not only bragging rights to being the national champion, but it's also points that are being contributed to the club aggregate points, as well as the division aggregate points, as well as the King of the Hill climb and descent aggregate points. So lots of stuff on the line. Every athlete's results matters for their clubs, for their divisions, and of course, the chance to brag about being King of the Hill. Number 44 just crossing the line right there from Nakurtok. number 44, Evan Rebane. Excellent work by Evan Rebane there. 20th position, a top 20. Nothing to scoff at when you've got 119 starters on the line. So great work by Evan Rebane. 32 coming across the line there, as well as bib number 40. Joshua Adams, bib number 40. Lincoln Meekins. Here we see number 9 crossing the line, Albert Raymond. So again, while it is an advantage to be seated in the top, it does not define where you will end. So we can see some of those higher bib numbers coming in quite close to the front there. Bib 49, 18, 25. Mika Jamsa, Jonah McConnell, Maxence Verville. So again, just a reminder, lots of points on the line. We have the individual aggregate year of birth points for these athletes. We have club aggregate points, and that's the cumulative points through the week. We have the division aggregate points, also cumulative through the week. So each one of these athletes, regardless of their position, are contributing some overall points for pride, bragging rights for clubs, and for divisions. Great sprinting, great double poling finishing here. Amazing to see the energy these athletes still have after 15 kilometers of a difficult climb. No one giving up, everyone knowing that they're contributing to those overall aggregates. Great to see. There we go. Nice lunge by number 27, Ludovic Sauvé-Chevalier, the Fondeur Laurentide, quickly followed by 16 and 37, Mark Shapolov and Reed Sandiford. 28 and 66 coming down the line. William McGonigal from Saskatchewan, number 66, Finn Stasiuk from Buckley Valley. Great representation from across Canada here. We have athletes from Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, New Brunswick, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, the Northwest Territories, Yukon, and of course, as we mentioned earlier, international finishers as well. 97 coming across the line, skiing well past his bib, Ryland Frank. Bib 41, Nicholas Giangrandi from Whitehorse. Great work there, Nicholas. Number 31 right behind there. So again, Alistair English. So some of these athletes coming in with those high bib numbers, meaning they've passed quite a bit of those athletes that were in front of them in that chevron, in that mass start. Starting to be a bit congested here at the finish line. The Save On Food tent is definitely being well used at this moment. Lots of Powerade being given out. Lots of good nutrition recovery snacks being given out as well. As we continue to see the finish of the men's 18 mass start 15 kilometer. Robin Lantier, Max Clément, who just crossed the finish line, 52 and 53 from Club de Ski Font Amos, as well as Lappy Nordic. Great work from number 64 there crossing the line. Kaylin Bain, 67. Will Thompson, 76. Tyler Lum. So just there's an example right there. 76 coming across the line with 67. Obviously had to ski up at least 9 bib numbers to catch up to that person. We're starting to see the hundreds come in. Wow, 103, Alexander Merrigan from Newfoundland. Excellent result for him. Great job here. Still seeing those athletes coming down the hill in that solid tuck position, double pulling into the finish. And we see our jury member on the right, just keeping an eye out, making sure that no technique violations are happening and that race continues to be safe and fair for everybody. Number 70 crossing the line, Fermin Roy Levesque. Great job there. And again, a huge thank you to our organizing committee, Canmore Nordic, and especially the 400 to 500 volunteers that have made this whole event possible this week. It is, without them, we would not be able to do this. And of course, hearing the background noise, the action happening right now in the timing hut as the final athletes are coming in. Women, we can see in the pens starting to get ready, still warming up, getting the last touch-ups on their skis there. Great shot of the finish line there, big red plastic line across, very obvious for those athletes. And again, you can see those red whiskers that we talked about. They help to demarcate different sections of the course. So athletes keep coming through here. Great to see. One of the things that I love is the number of Jackrabbit toques. Jackrabbit and Bunny Rabbits is our entry point into our skills development program for cross-country skiing in Canada. And every year we have a competition for the Jackrabbit Toque. So young participants, young cross-country skiers and athletes from across Canada submit drawings for the next year's Toque design. And we're just wrapping up that right now here at Nordiq Canada, the competition for the Toque, and we will be naming the winner next week. So stay tuned for that. So many good entries. We got over several hundred entries from young participants across Canada. Great to see that. And of course, always such a point of pride for the club and for the athlete to be named the winner. 10,000 people wearing that toque the next year. Quite the canvas, quite the opportunity to share your artistic skills across Canada. If you haven't voted yet, make your way over to our social media and vote for your favorite Nordiq Canada Jackrabbit Toque for the 25-26 ski season. So a couple of the athletes coming in there, Aiden Cotter, Hubert Duval. We can see bibs number 96, 63, 85, and again, we've already had some hundreds in. A lot of athletes skiing up their bibs. So never underestimate an athlete far down the grid. We've seen it so many times, push through tactically and with the proper pacing and make their way up into those top spots. So great racing today by our men's U18 category. Women U18 on deck. Women U18 on deck, 9 minutes to start for them. We can see them in the grid, in the pens, getting ready there, getting their bibs on, doing their last minute warm-ups as they start to make their way over to fill the grid. Oftentimes what we'll do is we'll see those athletes walk in and put their skis in their position. So these chevrons are marked in the grid by red numbers. The athletes know their start position. They go to the chevron, find their start position from those red markers, put their skis down, and then continue their warm-up. So a lot of pre-race tactics happening as well for these athletes, mentally going through their race plans, taking in their last nutrition, keeping themselves active, keeping themselves warmed up and ready to go. A lot of them will have done some race prep intensity yesterday to get ready if they hadn't raced already. So a lot of tactics and a lot of performance pillars going into an overall result for an athlete. Not just the technique, not just the physiology, but proper ski selection, great mental performance and training, being healthy, doing all the right things, making sure that they're ready for those races today. So just watching the end of our men's U18 race here. Loic Forge, Ewan Verheuen coming in right now. The last of our athletes here. Fantastic effort, and they know that positioning matters because it contributes to all of those different aggregates. So fantastic work. My view here from the finish line, I can see the athletes coming through, collapsing on the finish after the efforts there. 3 times through this course, huge grueling uphills for these athletes. Fantastic effort for everybody. And again, live timing available on Zone 4. Have a look at the U18 men's right now. Theo Wadsworth with a really great time of 42 minutes, 25 seconds, 0.7, followed closely by Zachary Moreau, 42 minutes, 28 seconds, and Thierry Olivier, 42 minutes, 30 seconds. So those are your top 3, but our podium goes to 6. Riley Hobbs in 4th place, Joël Thibault in 5th, and Owen Sidarius in 6th place. Oh, we're seeing the grid get loaded as the women are starting to get ready for their start. We're about 6 minutes away from that. U18 men still coming in. Big spread on a mass start, although they start together. And we'll see what the tactics will be like for the women's race. Number 84, Everett Wells, Strathcona Nordics, just coming across that line. Number 111, Sébastien Bottin coming across the line there. Just under 100 starters for the women's U18 race. So just under 100 starters for the women's U18 race. We're about 5 minutes away from that. Looking back over the last couple of days in the U18 women. In our interval start, we had Sarah Eve Picard from Mont Saint Anne, who stood at the top of the podium in our classic. We had Aliyah Smith from Nelson Nordic. So there you go. A bit more of a mix-up in names here between the two events. The men, we saw a lot of consistency in those top names, and the women, a little bit more of a mix-up between the sprint classic and the interval. Names to watch for today: Sarah Eve Picard, of course, Cara Piggin, Aria Grandi, Marie Dubois, Lily Gus, Sophia Renault, Madeline Wilkie with a bronze medal in that sprint as well. And you can see there the women just starting to load the grid, keeping fresh, keeping themselves warm and active. And of course, same, we will have a queen of the hill. So a queen of the climb and a queen of the descent. Our past queen, Sarah Eve Picard, coming out to defend her title for the queen of the climb. And then, of course, our queen of descent, Aliyah Smith. So climbing, interesting there. Wonder if there's any correlation that our queen of the climb was our interval winner, and our queen of descent was our sprint winner. A lot of tactics there that we can compare between the distance and the sprint course there. So interesting to see how today will work out. Lots of uphill, but then also lots of downhill. Will they maintain their title as queen of descent and queen of climb? So great shot there of our women U18 women 15-kilometer mass start. And again, a reminder that the athletes are seated on their Canadian points list. So the Canadian points list is a ranking list, a national ranking list, cumulatively done throughout the season. Best 7 races for the athletes. Higher the number, the higher the ranking for the athlete, and the closer to the front for the start in the mass start classic. So same course for the women, 15 kilometers. Let's see how their tactics will change. Let's see if the spread will be similar to our men. Choices, decision making, always incredibly important in a mass start. Some things we'll often see in a mass start, and some of the risks that there are in mass starts of this size: broken equipment, not uncommon on the World Cup, international competition, even domestic, to see some poles go down in the mass start. You'll often see coaches right near the start with some extra poles in hand, ready to support and help those athletes. So equipment malfunctions and breaking can happen with groups this size right off of a mass start. Not uncommon. Hence why you're seeing a lot of those coaches out there holding extra poles. 3 minutes to start for the women's U18. 3 minutes to start for the women's U18 course. If you're wondering about the timing, the athletes are wearing what we call a timing chip on their ankle. Throughout the course, when we're getting these split times, there are what we call timing loops. They are buried in the snow, and as the athlete skis over, a signal is sent back up here to the timing hut to give us an update on where the athlete is, as well as split times after the leader. So timing chips provided by Zone 4. The timing by Zone 4 is quite the hub of activity. We could be launching rockets with the number of computers and individuals working timing right now. 1:13 from our men's U18, just crossing the line there. Happy to have that done, I am sure. Great effort on all of these athletes' parts today. Great performances. That was Sebastian McManus from downtown Nordic, Manitoba. Be interesting to ask him how the courses at home in Manitoba compare to the World Cup courses here with all the climbing, and how do provinces that don't have the same terrain that we do find the practice opportunities and create those opportunities in their daily training environments to train things like these great uphills. 104 coming through the line. 104 from Newfoundland. That's David Addy from Blow Me Down in Newfoundland. Again, so great to see the representation across Canada. Our biggest division at the Nationals this year, Quebec with 170 athletes. BC with 163, Alberta with 159. So great representation here from our bigger provinces, but equally important are our smaller divisions bringing teams here. We see so many Saskatchewan athletes right now making those top 10 and 20s. Manitoba, Newfoundland, New Brunswick, the Yukon, the Northwest Territories. So amazing to see a healthy club system across Canada in cross-country skiing. So 1 minute to start. 1 minute to start for the women's U18, same course. About 0 degrees out here today in Canmore. Feels like about -3. We see that there's a bit of a light wind happening. And we will be taking a break after this and starting up this afternoon with our U16. Here we are. Poles loaded, weight loaded, ready to go. We have a start to the women's U18 mass start 15-kilometer classic. Excellent. Watching the power these women are putting out. And again, a lot of tactics right off the start, trying to jockey for a good position. As we watch them double pole, starting up that climb as they head into the Becky Scott and the wall. 3 loops, same as the men. If there's some friends and family from around the world or locally who aren't super familiar with cross-country skiing outside of it being the best sport, a few things to note is there are 2 different types of techniques that the athletes can use. Today it's the classic technique, and as you can see, the skis are moving parallel. They are in the tracks. This is what we call the diagonal stride. The way that the athletes are getting propulsion, the way that they're getting their motion is by depressing what we call a kick zone. That's the zone right under the boot, which has a different wax than the rest of the ski. When that athlete weights that ski fully, that depresses, compresses that kick zone, and then the wax comes in contact with the ski, and the athlete is able to push off of that to give themselves some forward momentum. And then you can see the arms are actually moving, alternating to the legs, similar to as if you were walking. And when they're diagonal striding, but when they're double pulling, they're actually pushing both poles down together at the same time. So that's the classic technique you're seeing out there today. One of the things that they're also allowed to do is what we call a herringbone run. So you might see that sometimes when the wax is not gripping as well, or an athlete's technique is not so well developed, or it's just a very, very steep climb. So a lot of choices as to why that herringbone run might happen in a classic race, and it's not always the wax. A lot of things contributing to that. Some of the differences too, when you look at a classic to a skate technique, we'll look at the equipment. Classic skis tend to be longer, slightly taller than the athlete, and again, it all comes down more to the type of ski and the compression of the ski. So it's matched to the athlete's weight as well as their technique style, because they need to be able to compress that kick zone. That base, that grip zone is sort of in the middle, and that's what they're using for traction. And then when we compare pole lengths from classic to skate, the classics tend to be a little bit shorter of the poles than the skate poles, and of course the boots will be much more flexible for ankle movement as well as for right under the ball of the foot, being able to allow for that ankle movement. And the bindings also will have a bit more flex at the toe for sort of that natural rolling foot motion versus skating, where we see a stiffer ski. It's a very smooth base. We don't need a kick zone. It's more of a push skate technique, longer poles, and then boots will have what we call a cuff, often made of carbon fiber, to give more of that lateral side-to-side support in the boot. And then, of course, the binding's a bit stiffer to prevent sort of the rolling and lateral motion. So a bit of a difference there in the equipment between classic and skate technique. Obviously, adjustments made in that equipment to match the type of technique and to optimize that technique. Today you're watching a classic race. You can see that there are tracks that are dug into the ground. We have great groomers and piston bullies that come around and track the courses to allow the athletes to ski within the tracks for classic skiing, giving them a little bit more stability as well. So we should be seeing our athletes just come around the corner here very soon. If we stay on the topic of classic versus skate, if you are a beginner, oftentimes that classic technique is a little bit easier, but we are Canadian. We are used to skate technique. We are a hockey nation. Therefore, oftentimes it's equally easy for young kids to learn the skate or the classic technique, given such a skate-heavy background for many of them. Same type of racing, same type of competitive races that we'll see. We'll see sprints, we'll see distances, we'll see relays, pursuits, and skiathlons in both techniques. So one of the things we do see a lot, though, is in those huge world marathon the loppets that we have, those massive distances, anything from 90 to 225 kilometers. A lot of the athletes will choose to simply double pole events like that or classic ski events like that. So, but again, at this level, our domestic level and the international level, we see both techniques being used in similar competitive formats. Here we go, athletes coming around. Who will be our leader into our first split here? We can see the women double pulling, looking really strong, coming into the top of the hill here, around the corner in the whale's tail. And we see, ooh, challenging to see. It's a Canmore athlete in lead. My goodness, are we going to have back-to-back Canmore athletes on the first place podium today? Early to tell, first half of the lap only, but great to see them out leading in front as well. Group is spreading out quite a bit already, but still lots of athletes in touch with each other. Et là, on voit les athlètes en haut, la première colline, quand même assez ensemble. Pas trop qui pousse le pace en ce moment, mais quand même assez de temps dans la course pour voir des changements. Oh, les voilà ici, just coming through the Becky Scott Hill, up the top of the wall. A lot of power endurance here right now. The athletes choosing their speed, knowing that they have to go through this 2 more times. So conserving that energy, but not at the cost of losing touch with the lead pack here. Some cheering along the course here. Do we still see that Canmore athlete in the lead? A little bit of that herringbone run as they get back into the classic tracks there. Canmore Nordic athlete. Is that Aria Grandi leading? We've got second place there, just ahead of the pack. Our current leader, also from Canmore Nordic, wearing that yellow leader bib, trying to catch up. Lots of little bit of herringbone walk there with some of those athletes. Aislinn Simpson. So Aislinn Simpson, number 126 with the top split at the top of the hill right there, 17:10, being followed by Sophia Renault from Mont Sainte Anne. Aria Grandi, another Canmore athlete. Madeline Wilkie from Larch Hills in fourth. So bit of a repeat of our interval and skate sprint classic day with these names. But again, early to tell in the race course. Lots of skiing left to do. While we watch the athletes here grind up this hill, we'll take a moment again to thank bronze level sponsors, the Fairmont Hotels, Baker Tilly, Viewpoint Optical, and of course the Rocky Mountain Soap Company, who's been very generous. They are part of our merchandise pricing that we're giving to our athletes on the podium. Great and optimal after a long day of sweaty racing to have some of that Rocky Mountain soap to go home to. Rocky Mountain has been crafting natural products here for over 2 decades in Canmore. And for anyone who is a local right now, make sure to visit their downtown Canmore flagship and check out all of the amazing products. Great to know, however, you can still order online, RockyMountainSoap.com. So merchandise pricing for our athletes, great to see. Just into the first lap, into that sort of first half of the first lap right now of the women's 15-kilometer mass start. Again, the mass start, all of the athletes started at the same time today in our massive grid, just under 100 athletes that started. Bit different than our interval start. Our interval start, the athletes were starting 30 seconds apart. And we had to wait for the last finisher to cross the line to know what our ranking would be. In a mass start, first across the line is the winner. So a direct finish right there versus the interval start, where we do a time comparison of all the athletes once they cross the finish line. And then, of course, we had our sprint classic event day. Started the morning with a qualifier and then took the top 30 ranked athlete in each age group and put them through a series of heats from quarterfinals to semifinals to finals. So lots of different starts, lots of different formats this week for the events. We'll be finishing off for this age group with the relay on Friday. 4x5 relay, 2 men, 2 women on each team, made up of athletes within a division. What a fantastic opportunity for divisions to work together, for clubs from across the province to work together. So great. Stay tuned for that Friday for our relay. Here we go. Descent. Right after the big wall, we can also see the athletes coming down there in the front of the screen. Some of the athletes herringboning up this hill. Quite a steep climb for those athletes. And of course, Nordiq Canada and Canmore Nordic in the Canmore area is no stranger to some of our most decorated and successful athletes. Home to Sarah Renner, Becky Scott, Chandra Crawford, and of course some of our really good up-and-coming U23 and U20 athletes. Originally from Edmonton, but training in Alberta, is double bronze medalist from this year's Junior Worlds. Allison Mackey, Tom Steven, Max Holman, Zav McKeever, Sonia Schmidt, U23 World Gold Medalist, all training out of the Canmore Nordic Centre, but represented from across Canada, from the Yukon, from Quebec, Alberta, and BC. So fantastic to see them here training day to day on these trails. Aislinn Simpson, our current winner at the first split right now, leader I should say at the first sprint right now. And for those who didn't know, the 1988 Olympics were actually held on these exact trails. So our U18 women currently racing on the World Cup and Olympic trails. 1988 Olympics hosted here, and what a legacy. When we think about hosting international events in Canada and what the legacy is, we're watching it right now. More than 35 years later, still using these trails, still inspiring the next generation of skiers. So great to see Sport Canada hosting and supporting international events, World Cups and Olympic Games here at the Canmore Nordic Centre. We'll start to see some of the athletes here finishing up their first lap, coming into the stadium. Great shot there of the Canmore Nordic Centre. The actual building in the background there is the original building from the 1988 Olympic Games, with some modifications and updates, of course, made through the ages. But there it is. Great and huge shout out, of course, to Alaric Fish and his team from the Canmore Nordic Centre. They have consistently provided fantastic grooming this year for the athletes as well as for this event. So thank you to the Canmore Nordic Centre and, of course, to Alaric Fish and his team for the fantastic grooming and trail management that we see here. People running down the hill in your shot there, going to check out the athletes, making sure they're ready to support. Here we go, off in the distance. From my point of view, we can see the lead group coming down through the stadium right after the weather station. Great downhill tuck techniques, very aggressive downhill skiing here for the women. Another group of athletes coming down here. And on your screen right now, we're seeing the athletes coming up the hill. Oh, there's a great shot. Natalie Wilkie, silver medalist this year at the Para Nordic World Championship, which was done in conjunction with the Olympic World Championship, Livestream World Championship. So little Where's Waldo moment there. And here we see the lead group coming up. That is right after that aggressive downhill from the weather station and around. Climb before we will see them go up to the top of the Sarah Renner corner and come down and around the bridge. So lead group here, and we can also easily identify the lead group right there by that yellow bib from our current Canmore Nordic leader as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 11 people in that pack, but we do know that there is one athlete up ahead. If you're noticing, there are Canadian officials in training bibs right there. That's Ivan Babikoff. He is actually the Alberta provincial team coach, but he's currently doing his level 3 official training. So he's out on course today in his level 3 in-person official course. There we go. Leader coming in right now on that downhill just after the Sarah Renner corner. Great lead right now for this Canmore Nordic athlete. Bib 126, Aislinn Simpson from Canmore Nordic with a comfortable lead at the moment, finishing her first lap coming into the stadium. Now, of course, still early days, 2 more laps, 2 more grueling climbs to do for these athletes, but currently Aislinn Simpson from Canmore Nordic coming in through the stadium. There he is, leader right now, Aislinn Simpson. We'll see an update shortly as she goes through the lap timer, but what a comfortable lead right now for her. Great step turns here around the corner into the stadium, sorry. And we've got the chasing pack right now, a little bit spread out. First 5 athletes trying to hunt her down quickly, being followed by 2 athletes who are going to try to stay in touch with that pack. Great work here. We see bib number 128 and 129 right after Aislinn. 128, Madeline Wilkie from Larch Hills, your bronze medalist from the sprint day. 122, 121, Sarah F. Picard from Mont Saint Anne. Purple suit, that's Minty Bradford, junior world team member here this year, who currently raced in Skilpario, Italy, just recently back from that. Great groups, quite spread out, evenly spread out group here right now. Revelstoke, Nakertok, Hollyburn, great representation here. Foothills Nordic, Saskatchewan. We'll have to wait up to the weather station again for our split time, see where we're at with the athletes, but great spread of the athletes here right now. Great double polling technique through the stadium. If you're just joining us, we are watching the women's U18 15-kilometer mass start race today. 3 by 5 kilometers on this incredibly challenging World Cup course here. Some athletes out there working together in small packs, drafting off of each other, but a lot of it spread out at the moment. Interesting tactical choices for these athletes here today. And again, we talked about how these athletes are seated and their bib numbers. We'll often start to see in the second lap these bib numbers starting to mix, seeing some of the passing that's happening. And here's an example of a group working together. This pack starting their climb up and out of the stadium together here. We can see we have our split time now, our lap split time coming in. Aislinn Smith with a time of 60 minutes, 0.5 seconds. 60 minutes and 0.5 seconds is our current leader time at the moment. Madeline Wilkie with a time of 16:11.2. Sarah F. Picard, 16:11.9. That tight group right there. followed by Evelyn Davies from Nakertok Nordic at 16:13, Nadia Wallen 16:14. Ari Grandi, another athlete from Canmore Nordic, 16:15. Minty Bradford from the UCOD, 16:19. And Aaliyah Smith, who was your sprint winner from the Classic Day, is currently sitting at 16:20. 16:20. So quite a few familiar names in there we've seen through the week. Ari Grandi, your second place from the Sprint Classic Day. Madeline Wilkie, who was your bronze medalist. Sophia Renault, 7th in that Sprint Classic. Minty Bradford in that bronze position for the U18 interval. And we're starting to see a lot more of that herringbone up that hill. These are very, very steep climbs for these athletes. They're on a World Cup course at the moment. A lot of these athletes will have just completed their provincial championships either the week before or a couple of weeks ago. Each province is holding a regional provincial championship. Titles for provincial winners there, so great racing opportunities. Oftentimes we'll see athletes right down into that U8 age group at those provincial championships. What a fantastic opportunity for them to see each other, come together as a division, friendly competition club to club. But what's exciting this week is those clubs get to now work together in the division relay, which will be hosted on Friday, and that will be 4 members per relay team and both techniques. So 2 of the athletes, 1 female, 1 male, will race the classic technique, and 2 of the athletes, male and female, will race the skate technique. So that'll be Friday. Stay tuned. That will be an extremely exciting race to watch, and I suspect the energy and the volume will be quite loud in the stadium for that one. Point of pride to win for your division. A lot of these athletes starting their second loop, halfway through their second loop here for the women's U18 mass start 15K. Aislinn Simpson as your leader for the moment, 15 minutes, 46 seconds is her corrected lead time. Madeline Wilkie in second at 16 and 11. Will we get some repeat podium performances for some of the athletes? Still early to tell. Lap and a half to go for some of these leaders, but Aislinn had quite the lead as we saw her come through the stadium a few minutes ago. Will Madeline have been able to catch up to her? Sariev Picard still in that mix, not far behind, 0.7 seconds behind Madeline. Waiting for that split at the top of the weather station. Great names for this course. Here we go. Who's in the lead here? Watching some of our athletes. Oh, it has tightened up. We can see that lead group now of 5 athletes has grouped up again. Waiting for those split times to come in. The leader, Bib, still trying to stay in touch, not too far off that lead pack. Race isn't over. Like we said, still another lap and a half for these athletes to go. Great conditions here today in Canmore. Air temperature of about 0 degrees. Feels a little bit like -3 with the little bit of wind happening, but great conditions for racing, great conditions for classic. It will warm up as the day goes on. We expect it to get to about 4 degrees here. So those U16s athletes racing this afternoon, we can see the Wax Techs out on course, testing, getting ready, making final choices for the wax. Something super fun and very great for this area. Canmore Nordic has put together what they are calling the King and the Queen of the Mountain. So we're currently in the Queen of the Mountain. There is a climb and a descent winner for the King and the Queen. Aislinn Simpson holding that lead for the moment at 23 minutes and 44 seconds. So Aislinn Simpson holding that lead position. We're going to see how tight behind and if we still see Sariev Picard, Madeline Wilkie, Minty Bradford, are they still in touch with Aislinn? Waiting for an update on those times. Evelyn Davies now moving into second place, 34 seconds. What a lead Aislinn has. She is just opening that up. Minty Bradford now, second at 34.6. Madeline Wilkie in third at 37.5. Really, really tight with Evelyn Davies at 37.6. So Aislinn Simpson seems to be just pulling away, increasing that distance, 34 seconds ahead of second place right now. Ari Grande about a minute behind Aislinn, fellow teammate and Canmore Nordic athlete. Aislinn came out to play today, definitely with almost a 35-second lead over second place. Great tactics, decided to push the pace right off the start. Nicely done, Aislinn. Let's see if Minty and Madeline and Evelyn can make up that time. Still a lap and a half to go. We see the athletes there coming up, the Becky Scott Hill. A lot of herringbone walking going right now. Becky Scott is, of course, one of Canada's most accomplished cross-country skiers, a true pioneer in the sport, our first Olympic medalist. And, of course, she is now Nordiq Canada's CEO, bringing all of that determination, focus, and excellence into our community, pushing us forward. She was born in Vermilion, Alberta. She trained in Canmore. And of course, over the career, she was not only known for her incredible performances on snow, but also for her strong advocacy for clean sport, her role with WADA and anti-doping, and of course, her gold medal after the two athletes ahead of her were caught for cheating. So she became a strong advocate for clean sport and continues to be. She, of course, is the medalist from the 2002 Salt Lake City Olympics. Initially, she was awarded the bronze and, like we said, later upgraded to that gold medal. She competed in 3 Winter Olympics, 1998, 2002, 2006, and of course, with team member Sarah Renner, won that silver medal at the 2006 Torino Olympics. So great to see these athletes pushing up the Becky Scott Hill. Great to have Becky Scott on board with us at Nordiq Canada now. Looking forward to a bright future. Aislinn Smith still holding that 35 second lead over her teammates as well as competitors. Will she hold it through to the finish line? Still lots of time to see, still lots of opportunity for the other athletes to get in and catch up. Skate technique here, classic technique here today. And of course, huge events like this are not possible without all of the support from our community and our volunteers, as well as our sponsors. Canmore Nordic, Nordiq Canada would like to give a huge thank to the Government of Alberta. Super beyond grateful for the support of the province of Alberta through the Major Sport Event Grant, helping out with the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in Alberta. As well, the Canmore Kananaskis Tourism. We encourage everyone to sign the pledge to the peaks to care for the land, animals, and people of Canmore and Kananaskis. Check out explorecanmore.ca. And these athletes, after 15 kilometers on this grueling course, are going to need a great opportunity for recovery. No better place than the recovery zone at One Wellness in Canmore. Athlete hub for recovery during nationals for everything to do with recovery, from Normatec cold tanks, steam and sauna, to of course a recovery lounge. And then of course Talus Lodge is a back to basic wilderness lodge in the Canadian Rockies, nestled in larch trees and surrounded by spectacular views. Head over to taluslodge.com and start planning your next holiday. So if you're looking at your screen right now, just over in the middle right, there's a group of people wearing gray and red bibs. Those are our national level 3 official candidates. They're made up of level 2 officials from across Canada who have dedicated an enormous time, energy, and experience in volunteering and officiating in Canada and are looking to make the next jump in their education to the level 3. The level 3 is a full year-round course, and it is offered both online with a culminating event here at Nationals. They will spend 4 days learning in person, jumping in, taking part in officiating at the event here. Graduating as level 3s allows them to be national TDs for events, chief of competitions, as well as technical directors for our Tier 2 events across Canada. If you're interested in officiating in Canada in cross-country skiing, contact your local division, but also check online at nordiccanada.ca on the officials section. Easy to get involved. Level 1 is an online course, easily accessible through the locker of the Coaching Association of Canada. So if you're interested in officiating, out to your division official coordinators or check it out online at nordiccanada.ca. Events like this not possible without hugely committed officials from across Canada. Should see our leaders now coming up, climbing towards the Sarah Renner corner, and they'll be coming into the stadium very shortly. Aislinn Simpson from Canmore Nordic. Are we going to get a double Canmore Nordic podium today? There we go. Just coming up before she'll head down the hill. Aislinn Simpson, bib number 126, giving herself quite the lead here today. Definitive in her attempt to become the next national champion here. Looking super comfortable, great cadence going up that hill. Doesn't even look like she's been racing too hard yet today. A testament to her training, her coaches, and her fitness right now. But we've got 2 athletes behind, not ready to give up, not ready to give her that title yet. Pushing up the hill, running up this hill. Fantastic work by these athletes. Who do we have here? 124, looks like Nadia Wallen from Williams Lake, sister to Annika Wallen, junior world team member this year. Oops, a little bit challenging when people are walking in front of the camera there, but you guys are getting a great view of the race course here. We should see the athletes coming down the downhill. We'll cut to that camera in just a second. Interesting is a lot of our coaches and wax techs will turn on their watches, their Stravas, their GPSs, and they're, as well as some of the officials, are averaging anything between 11 to 28 kilometers in a day of running around the ski track. There she is, Aislinn Simpson, making her way down the hill into the stadium. Quite a comfortable lead for her right there. We'll get a split time in a few seconds here as she crosses over into the lap. Comfortable. Great pacing, strong double pulling by Aislinn right now. Coach Matt DeCarfel there on the side of the track from Canmore Nordic, giving her some encouragement, giving her some kudos for the amazing work that she's doing out there today. Canmore Nordic looking to back-to-back wins in the U18 category. Great contribution to their individual aggregates, but also to the Canmore Nordic Club aggregate, as well as the Alberta Provincial aggregate. Lone shot here of Aislinn coming in through her lap in the stadium, being encouraged by fellow Canmore Nordic people. Being out in front like that, while fantastic in terms of the event, is kind of challenging mentally for these athletes. They're tapping into a lot of resilience, a lot of performance, mental performance skills, trying to maintain their pacing as well as their motivation while they're out in front alone. Here we go in number 2, in position number 2, bib 124, Nadia Wallen from Williams Lake, making her move, trying to catch up. 121, Sarah-Eve Picard, of course, from Équipe du Québec Mont-Sainte-Anne. Madeline Wilkie still in the hunt here. Bib 126, and not giving up an inch right now. Bib 130, Evelyn Davies from Nakurtalk Nordic. So a bit of a spread in that first group. Last lap, starting the last lap right now for these women. Let's see if we can get some upsets happening out on course. 122, Minty Bradford from Whitehorse Nordic, trying to stay in touch with that group ahead of her. But again, remembering that every position counts here for the aggregates, the individual club and provincial aggregates. Bib 1, 2, 132, sorry, bib 132, Aaliyah Smith from Nelson Nordics. So the first bib today, that first pole position was given to bib 121, Sarah Eve Picard. So we started our bibs with the women at 121. We're starting to see some of those higher bib numbers passing some of the lower bib numbers. So here we see bib 138, bib 138 making her way through the stadium. Fiona Woodman from Revelstoke Nordic, as well as bib 156. 156, great work by Naugatuck skier Julia Van Wessenbeek. Bib 141, Rowan Brecher from Hollyburn Ski Club. Mont Saint Anne skier coming through with those distinctive chevrons on their suit. Bib 127, Marie Dubois du Mont Saint Anne. And of course, bib 134, Isla Cadell from Caledonia Nordics. Fun fact, Caledonia Nordics and the Prince George Hosting Society are actually up for a International Sport Tourism Award tonight. Kevin Pedersen and his team hosting an absolutely phenomenal Para World Cup and Parabiathlon World Championship last year in Prince George. Kudos to them, good luck to them. We will know this evening they are in the International Sporting Award for the Prestige Sport Tourism Awards in the $2 to $10 million category. So Kevin Pedersen, shout out to you. Good luck this evening. Regardless if you win or not, what a fantastic event you hosted and continue to host with us here with Nordiq Canada. And I know our para community is incredibly grateful for the dedication that you have to hosting such quality events. So good luck tonight to Caledonia, Prince George, and Kevin Pedersen and his team. If you're just joining us, we are watching the women's U18 mass start 50 kilometers classic event today. Most of these women now just getting into their third lap, starting their third and final 5 kilometer lap here at the Canmore Nordic Centre in beautiful Canmore, Alberta. Aislinn Simpson has been dominating this race, a fantastic lead on her part. Canmore Nordic, her teammate Theo Wadsworth just won the men's U18 mass start. Will we see back-to-back first place finishes for Canmore Nordic? Climbing up the hill here, starting their third lap is our women. Great consistent conditions right now, though, for our athletes. Not too much changing. We're probably at about 1 or 2 degrees right now. Air temperature, snow temperature not changing too much, which is great for our wax techs, as well as these skis out there, staying consistent for them. Athletes 170 and 135 coming around the course right now, lapping through. Bib 170, Delaney Summers from Big Thunder Nordic, and 135, Flora Shanka from Foothills Nordic. So again, we talked about sort of out skiing your bib. That 175 has certainly moved up in the ranks, getting herself pushed forward. We can see a feed zone. The athletes there in the far corner of your screen, mid sort of far shot there, you'll see coaches are holding out their hands. That's the feed zone. Athletes being given an electrolyte fluid or a flat Coke. Never want those bubbles. Bubbles will cause burping, and that's not what the athletes want while they're out on course. So a lot of athletes out on their own skiing, a lot of spread in the field right now. Oftentimes in mass starts, it's not uncommon to see a group of athletes working together, pacing each other, sharing, drafting, conserving energy. But today we see a lot of spread with these athletes, not a lot of clumps, not a lot of packs working together here. We'll start to see our leader here, Aislinn Simpson. Just went through your screen, waiting for positions 2 and 3 to come up. Oh, wow, what a lead for Aislinn right now. Let's see who's been able to maintain positions 2 and 3. also getting a good lead now from the rest of the group. Waiting on the split time here for Aislinn. Bit of a challenge there to read the bibs. We'll have to wait for those split times to come in right now. Here's a comment. We need to get more distinctive suits out there, more bright colors, more distinctive, so we can pick out those suits really easy on the camera. I highly recommend fluorescent colors. Polka dots, stripes, lightning bolts, flames. I challenge our community and our clubs across Canada to come up with a super creative. And we should be able to see our leaders coming through now. The top of the course into the downhills. And there you go, right there. Aislinn's on your screen right now, finishing. There we go. Aislinn has just crossed your screen at the top there of the Becky Scott and the wall, being chased down by positions 2 and 3. Let's see who we have this time, if we can read the bibs. A lot of herringbone running right now. Really challenging to read those bib numbers right now. Positions. Oh, there we go. Aislinn Smith's time is up. 40 minutes, 45 seconds. We'll get split times very soon for positions 2 and 3. But we can see 4 and 5 right now working together, trying to get up that hill. That looks like Madeline Wilkie. And is that Evelyn Davies right behind her in the Nakratock suit? It looks like it's Madeline Wilkie in 4th and Evelyn Davies in 5. So just waiting for confirmation on the splits for 2nd and 3rd position, but it looks like Aislinn Simpson has given herself quite a lead on this women's Mass Start 15-kilometer classic race today. Madeline Wilkie in 2nd place, actually, at a time of 57 seconds behind, and Evelyn Davies 1 minute behind. We'll just wait to see if those are accurate times right now for the update. Aislinn Simpson with a time of 40 minutes, 45 seconds. Minty Bradford currently sitting in 4th position at a minute 20. We're just going to wait for confirmation on those 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places in a moment, but we should be seeing Aislinn very soon do the final descent. Just finishing the whale tail right now, up to the weather station, and then the final descent into the stadium to the Sarah Renner corner, under the bridge, and home stretch. What a day for Canmore Nordic if we see back-to-back first places. And I can see in the finish line that Canmore Nordic parents and athletes coming to the finish line, getting ready to cheer Aislinn on. What a fantastic energy right now here. Very exciting out there right now. You can hear the cowbells. You can feel the energy. Her teammates, Theo Wadsworth, the previous U18 men's winner this morning, also coming out to cheer on his teammate. There you go, a little flash of Canmore jacket right there. Aria Grandi, 2.5 minutes behind Julia Van Wessenby, 2 minutes 36 seconds behind. Quite the spread. Rowan Brecher, 2 minutes 36 seconds behind. Unbelievable day today for Canmore Nordic Ski Club, host of the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. What a way for their athletes to say, hey, thanks club, thanks for hosting an amazing race. Thanks for letting us showcase our talents and our club on our home trails. Will she do it? Will Aislinn hold it? We believe so, with such a 1 minute lead over 2nd and 3rd place. Is this Aislinn Simpson still in the, there we go. Update now. Sarah F. Picard, 31 seconds behind Aislinn. Nadia Wallen, 33 seconds behind Aislinn. We got Madeline Wilkie and Evelyn Davies in 4th and 5th. There's the update there. We knew we were missing 2 athletes in that ranking. So Aislinn Simpson, Sarah F. Picard, Nadia Wallen, Madeline Wilkie, Evelyn Davis, and Mint T. Bradford are your current top 6 positions here for the women's 15-kilometer. And here we go, Aislinn coming down the foam stretch here. Crowds are getting bigger here at the finish line. Canmore Nordic club members getting ready to cheer on Aislinn Simpson. Back-to-back first places potentially here for Canmore Nordic today in the U18 men and women's 15-kilometer classic start. Here she comes. Is this Aislinn on the downhill? Will we see a finish here? Still waiting for Aislinn to come into that final stretch while we continue to watch some of these athletes. This is a grueling trail for these athletes here. 2 major climbs up to the weather station and 2 technical downhills as well for these athletes. So quite a challenging course for the U18s. A culminating event as the national championship here after a year of racing and training to be able to see where they stand against all of the rest of the Canadians in the U18 women's age group. So you can see the anticipation building here. Love watching the club members from Canmore Nordic making their way over to the gate here, waiting for Aislinn to come home, making that final stretch. And there we go. Just coming off the downhill. We can see her cresting now as she heads towards the final short climb to the Sarah Renner corner with quite the lead over 2nd and 3rd place. Will Sarah, Ev, and Nadia maintain their positions coming around the corner here into the final sections of this 15-kilometer race? We have more spread now between 2nd and 3rd place right now. Quite the race today. Excellent downhill technique from all 3 of these leaders. Great step turns, great body positions, keeping that weight down, center of mass over that base of support as they're making their way around these technical corners. Lots of cowbells happening right now. Lots of Canmore Nordic athletes waiting to cheer on Aislinn. Here we see her making the push here up the final little climb towards the Sarah Renner corner. Great to see so many athletes, over 100 starters today. 119 starters in our men's U19 and just under 100 in our women's U18 Mass Start Classic. And we should be seeing Aislinn coming in the downhill right now. There she is in your screen on the right. Canmore Nordic. We're going to hear the cowbells. We're going to hear the cheering. It is a back-to-back win for Canmore Nordic as soon as Aislinn crosses this line. Lots of cheering from here. Give her a hand. This is unbelievable. U18 women's 15-kilometer winner. Canmore Nordic, Aislinn, look at the power and the energy still left as she's double pulling her way into the finish stretch here. Coming into the final corridors. About to be crowned your new national champion. And I don't know if you can hear it through my microphone, but there is a lot of cowbell, a lot of cheering. There she is, Aislinn Simpson, Canmore Nordic, your new national champion. What a phenomenal race from Aislinn, and an incredible time for her, 49:44 at the finish. She is your new national champion for the women's Mass Start 15K Classic. Unbelievable for Canmore Nordic today. Back-to-back wins, top of the podium for the host organizing committee. Here are the athletes. There we go. There's your shot of your new national championship. Hugs from family and friends, of course. Aislinn Simpson waving to the camera. What a fantastic day for Canmore Nordic. Second place, Sarah-Eve Picard from Mont Saint-Anne. Fantastic. Nadia Wallen coming into third place from William Lakes, BC. There's national team member Katie Weaver giving her a hug, saying great work. Katie may be worrying now, maybe looking at performances like this, saying, oof, next generation's coming in hot. Madeline Wilkie crossing the line from Larch Hills, and Evelyn Davies from Nakartok. Will Minty Bradford keep that top six and round off our podium for today? So Aislinn Simpson, Sarah-Eve Picard, Nadia Wallen, Madeline Wilkie, Evelyn Davies, and will we see Minty come into the six? There she is right now from the Yukon. Araminta Bradford, commonly called Minty, about to cross that finish line. Fantastic top six there for the women's 15K Mass Start Classic race. Familiar names there, of course. Sarah-Eve having won your interval 10K earlier on this week. Nadia being your second. Minty having been third. Madeline fourth. Aislinn in fifth position with Cara Piggin in sixth. So a lot of those names repeating themselves. Who will be our queen of the hill, though, today? Who will be our queen of the hill descent? Will Aaliyah maintain that position, or will that be someone else? Will Aislinn's blistering performance today beat her? And, of course, Sarah-Eve Picard, will she have maintained her queen of the climb today? Waiting to see those results. Aislinn, of course, super smile on her face. How can she not? Just dominated that mass start right from the get-go, pulling ahead, pushing the pace off the start, and maintaining that lead throughout the race. Great work, 132 crossing the line there, 132, Aaliyah Smith, your sprint winner, and of course being chased down by Rowan Bretcher from Hollyburn Ski Club, number 142. Great 33, almost 34-second split for Aislinn ahead of Sarah-Eve in that second place. 43 seconds ahead of Nadia Wallen in third place. As we watch another Canmore athlete, Revelstoke athlete, coming across the line there, 138. And of course, your leader from yesterday, 138, was Fiona Woodman. And of course, Aria Grandi, our current leader. Will Aislinn have pushed her off that leader bib? Who will be wearing that leader bib during the relay? Here we go, your top three positions right here in the middle. Aislinn Simpson from Canmore Nordic, Sarah-Eve Picard on your screen left, holding up her skis. Great shot. There we go, finish line here. Some of the athletes collapsing after that monumental effort. Bib 134, Isla Cadell from Caledonia Nordics coming across the finish line there. In the distance, we can see what looks like a Mont Saint-Anne suit. Great work here by all of the women in the U18 category. 15 kilometers, grueling. I can tell you right now, looking across here, lots of people taking advantage of that Save-On food tent, getting some electrolytes in them, getting them some food, knowing that they're going to race again in the relay tomorrow. So great work here. 147 coming across the line. Bib 147, Ella Svensson from Balakjak. And of course, Always, always important to make that strong finish right to the end, never to give up. Sabine Cornell from Highland Trailblazer, fantastic. Even after 15 kilometers, these women are putting in quite the double pole finish. They know their positions matter. Even if it's not a podium, they know that they are contributing to their clubs and to their division's overall aggregate. Who doesn't want to have bragging rights at the end of the week, being the strongest division and the strongest club? So a lot of point of pride there as well. Great to see parents running to the finish line, giving their athletes a big hug, congratulating them on the event. But what a day for Canmore Nordic. What a start to the mass start. First position for the women, first position for the men in the mass start classic. Great shot of Nakatok there. Back to the finish line. Racer 148 coming across the line. Bronwyn Parker from Nakatok Nordic. She is being chased down by Lily Lynch, a Canmore Nordic athlete, and in the background. Nice push there. I believe that is one of our American athletes. Faye Braun on the left of your screen from Minneapolis. And bib 150, Alita Nelson from Georgian Bay Nordic. Again, 2025 Nordic Canada Ski Nationals here. What an opportunity for our athletes after a year of training to see where they stand across the country against their teammates as well as athletes from across Canada. Great shot there of our groom tracks. And as we mentioned over the week, the camaraderie, the support from the athletes to their teammates, and even to teammates from other clubs. We know we're one nation. We know that at the end of the day, we're all Canadian. What a great way to support each other and the sport of cross-country skiing. Bib 179, making her way across the line, Matea Harrington from Hollyburn. And on the left of your screen, looks like bib 149, Jillian Daguerre from Porcupine Ski Runners. Look at the depth of the crowd today out watching. You can see the excitement, the cheering, the cowbells shaking from the spectators today, supporting these athletes through their mass start. Great bib 176 coming across the line, Zoe Sumner. Nordic Racing, one of our U.S. counterparts, joining us at our national championships this year. Great to see the cross-border collaboration right now, especially during these times. What a fantastic nationals we had back in Whistler when the Americans decided to do a joint nationals with us. The depth of field there, the competition that was available, greatly appreciated by all the coaches and athletes. Great to see athletes from 10 different countries racing here today. Bibs 140 and 170. Bib 170, Delaney Sumners from Big Thunder. Bib 140, Naomi Schmidt from Red Deer Nordic Ski Club. And the crowd does not leave. They know the importance of sticking around and cheering for these athletes right to the end. All of them having put in their personal best efforts today. Every race counts for them. Great work. 145, athlete 145, Chantal Kukulka from Porcupine Ski Runners finishing there. And we're not too far away. We're about 35 minutes away from our U16 boys 10 kilometer start. U16 boys 10 kilometer start. Less than 35 minutes away. Great depth here. Just under 100 athletes starting in the women's U18 15 kilometer race. There you go, smiles at the end, happy with their efforts, proud of the work they've done. Waving to family and friends back home, great job. We're hoping that you're enjoying this live stream, thanks to Salomon and Rundle, that you can feel part of the action and part of the cheering for these athletes, whether you're related or just keen on cross-country skiing. We're very grateful for you being here and joining us today for these exciting races. Only halfway through the day, we still have the U16 boys 10 kilometer start and the U16 girls 10 kilometer start coming up at 11:30 and 12:15. So no rest for our volunteers and for our officials. Back-to-back heavy racing, mass start day. Lots of athletes, over 450 starters today. 175, 180, that's Fanula Arnold from Foothills and Zoe Wagner from Lappi Nordic coming across the line there. 214, pushing through that finish line. Great work from bib 214, Ida Larson from Minnesota, and bib 137, Juliette Raymond de Mont-Sainte-Anne, Quebec. Bib 173 coming across the line there, Kaya Hakkanen from Lappi Nordic. For those not familiar with Lappi Nordic, they were the hosts of national championships 2 years ago, Lake Superior Nordic Association. Great hosting society, hosting such a fantastic national championships 2 years ago. We're very lucky in Canada to have so many quality organizing committees hosting these high-level events for our athletes, allowing them the appropriate development opportunity and competition model here in Canada for their development. And we're seeing that pay off in dividends. This year's most successful junior and U23 World Championship in Italy for Canada with 4 bronze medals, multiple top 10 and top 20 finishes. So we know it takes a village, in this case a country, to make a competitive Canadian cross-country ski team. So shout out to all of the organizing committees, officials and volunteers that allow our athletes the opportunity to race at such quality events through the season, getting them ready for international competition, even just for a personal best. A huge thank you to all of you out there making this possible. A little bit of friendly competition here coming into the finish line, making sure to get as many points as they can for their club, for themselves, and for their division. Double polling. A little bit of a fight here between these two athletes. Who do we have here? Bib 163 and 168. Bib 163 and 168 just coming across the line there. Kiara Hall from Lappi Nordic and Catherine Arsenault from Ski Bec. 195 just making her way across the line. Maria McCartney from Saskatoon Nordic. Shout out to provincial coach Andrew Brisbane from Saskatchewan, making great strides in Saskatchewan, seeing clubs podium now, Saskatchewan clubs podium at our Western Championships as well as our COC events. Great work, Andrew. Keep it up. Provincial programming is so important in all of our divisions, bringing our clubs and our coaches together, creating opportunities for enhanced excellence. So shout out to all of our divisions and provincial programs supporting our clubs and system here in Canada. 185, Gwyneth Fontaine du Club Chelsea Nordic. 187, Léonie Lacasse de Ski Bec. Didn't quite catch the other bib coming across the line there, but a shout out to her as well. I believe it was Reina Towles. Bib 192, Holly Ryan from Team Hardwood in Ontario. Great representation out there. Way to push it right through that finish line. And again, what a fantastic day for our host organizing committee, Canmore Nordic Ski Club. 2 races, 2 gold medals, no complaints. There we go, bib 191, Julien Tessien from Boundary Trail Nordic. Bib 181, Avery Kinsella from Whitehorse Nordic. Fantastic representation. The tents on your right there and where along Flag Row is our Nordic Market. If you're in town and just not on site at the moment, but making your way up through the week, make sure to stop by our Nordic Market. A lot of our sponsors and suppliers have pitched a tent there and are showcasing their wares. Still about few racers on course right now, just waiting for some of our final athletes to come across the finish line. Great work by all of them today for the Mass Start Classic Day. Today's race is sponsored by Zizou Optics. Zizou, huge supporter of amateur athletics in Canada towards our athletes in the support of fantastic sunglasses as well as financial support. If you're around the tent, go say hi to Ari, longtime supporter of cross-country skiing here in Canada. Fantastic Zizou Optics sunglasses. Go try some on. Great. Multiple styles, multiple lenses for any conditions, especially for days like today. So thank you, Zizou Optics, for being our presenting sponsor today for the U16, U18, and Para Nordic Mass Start Classic here on day 4 of the 2025 Nordic Canada Ski Nationals. About 25 minutes away from the start of our U16 boys. Sorry, yes, U16 boys 10-kilometer start. About 25 minutes away. That'll get going at 11:30 today. No rest here. Back-to-back events. We're going to head off on break shortly, right after this athlete crosses the finish line, and we'll be back for the start of the U16 boys 10-kilometer start.
gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing, yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, at least for the moment, it's out with a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I've been cutting my habits, so I gotta do it, man, I gotta know this, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
Okay, Aislinn, a huge win today. Talk to me about the decision to make a move early and go solo.
Yeah, I just kind of found a spot coming around the corner at the finger and decided to go for it. Nobody took on, so.
Out there, I know you're getting splits from your coaches, but
Yeah.
What did you tell yourself to just keep pushing?
My goal was to keep pushing until the whale tail on the 3rd lap. Just kind of knew I had it in me, but had to keep that gap up just to play it safe.
And national champion, how do you feel about winning that title?
I'm pretty stoked. It means a lot. I'm really excited.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Big win in the U18 category. Just take me through that final lap and deciding to make the move.
Yeah, I had it in my plan to make that move the last hill, and the skis were great, so I was able to stick with the group and make sure getting in the right position for that last hill. and then just got to kind of bury it there. Can't feel anything, just absolutely bury it in that last hill. So
You put them away on that last hill. Just take me through, going through that flag row, that finish stretch, knowing that you had the win.
oh, I was so stoked, so awesome. Obviously didn't have an amazing sprint day, but yeah, I really happy about that. Just felt awesome.
And I know your mom and dad were both out here to watch you today. What was it like having those two, around the course cheering you on?
Oh, it was sweet. Yeah, they're really supportive, really good cheers, so it was awesome. Yeah,
Worked out.
thank you.
Et bonjour, bienvenue et bon retour au championnat canadien de ski de fond ici à Canmore en Alberta. Nous sommes prêts pour un autre après-midi excitant d'une course palpitante en distance. C'est le départ en masse où les meilleurs skieurs du pays s'affrontent dans une bataille d'endurance. Alors, vous voyez sur votre écran la liste des athlètes qui vont faire leur départ aujourd'hui. Welcome back everyone to the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. We are on deck right now for our U16 men's 10-kilometer mass start. So if you're just joining us, a mass start is an event in which all the athletes will start at exactly the same time. However, there is an order to their start, and you can see right now in the back of your screen there, they are loading the grid, what we call loading the grid, which is getting into their seed positions. The athletes are seeded using the Canadian points ranking list, and this is a national ranking system that the athletes accumulate points throughout the year, and it is an average of their best 7 races. The higher the points, the higher their ranking, the closer to the front they will start. Now, do not be deceived. Just because they're starting at the back does not mean they can't be a winner. So many times we'll see mid and backpacker skiers that are in the grid weave their way through with excellent tactics and pacing and come out on top. So while there is an advantage to being at the front, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a given. We have U16 men on deck right now. If we look back earlier this week, our men's 5-kilometer interval start, our winner was Alex Heel from Blackjack. Second place was Reed Thompson from Big Thunder. Luke Austin, also from Blackjack, and Lex Hoyston from Blackjack, and Dawson Abraham from Nelson Nordic. So obviously, Team Blackjack doing a great job in the U16 boys category. In the sprint final, no surprise again, Luke Austin from Blackjack, Reed Thompson from Big Thunder, Olin Bergen from Canmore Nordic, Jamie Farthing from Saskatoon, Lex Hoyston from Blackjack, and Marc-Antoine Dehoux de Quebec. So let's see if we're going to get any upsets today. Are those the names to watch? Will we get some new names popping in? We shall see. So it is the U16 men's 10-kilometer mass start starting at 11:30 this morning. So incredibly exciting morning. Canmore Nordic in the middle of celebrations here. 2 races, 2 gold medals for their athletes. Theo Wadsworth first in the men's U18 category, and Aislinn Simpson first in the women's U18 category. So great start to the day for the host organizing committee, Canmore Nordic Ski Club, with back-to-back gold medals. Let's see what happens today as we start our men's U16 10-kilometer mass start classic 2 minutes away. Something fun that the Canmore Nordic Ski Club, as the host organizing committee, has decided to do this year. These World Cup courses are incredibly challenging with great climbs and super technical descents. So they've decided to give out the King and Queen of the Mountain. And these are awards that are up for grabs for a climb segment and a descent segment on the 5K course. And these athletes will be doing 2 times that course today. We'll get into a little bit more of the details of the King and Queen of the Mountain, but we are less than a minute to start on the men's U16 10-kilometer mass start classic. We can see right now from the bibs 3-4-1, our leader bib, Luke Austin. 3-4-2 from our screen left, Alex Heel, also in a blackjack suit. And 3-4-4, Lex Hoyston in a blackjack suit on the far left. You see 3-43, Reed Thompson from Big Thunder. And then 3-45, Dawson Abraham from Nelson Nordic. So they're just waiting for the clock to let them go. Key things to watch for today, given the technicality of this course, climbs. There's some really punishing climbs on this course. Is this where we'll see the stronger climbers make a move? Will they be able to attack on the uphill, break the pack up, or will they do it in their technical downhill? Some very fast and technical skiers here, going to be aggressive, but also careful to avoid crashes in those downhill sections. And again, keeping those skis moving, not letting that grip zone get iced up, back and forth with those skis. About 120 some odd skiers in our men's U16 race. Now we see them starting to get into their start position, loading the poles, getting ready for an aggressive, explosive start. Will they try to push the pace right from the get-go? How quickly will this pack spread? And they are off. The U16 men's 10-kilometer mass start classic race. What will be the early race strategy? Will we see different approaches? Will some of the skiers push the pace right away? Will they sit back? Will they conserve energy? Let's have a look at what's happening out there right now. Double poling up this first climb. Look at the spectators out here today at the Canmore Nordic Centre. We could not ask for a better day. About 2 degrees air temperature, pretty consistent snow temperature. Great day for the Wax Techs, but look at the cowbells and the spectators lining the course, cheering on the U16s. And for those of you joining from across Canada and around the world, welcome to the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals, supported by Salomon and Rundle. Great thanks to them. It would not be possible without their sponsorship and support to share this event with you. Beautiful shot of over 100 of our U16 athletes making their way up the climb. We can see some of them already trying to get to that front group, coming out of the sides, coming out of the trails, heading around the outside to try to squeak into some of those top pack positions. One thing that's really important is to remember that the athletes have to stay within the blue V-boards. Those are those triangular plastic-shaped objects on either side of the course. Those are called V-boards. The athletes must stay within those V-boards during the entire course. Should they go out at any time, either due to collisions or grouping up of athletes, they'll need to come right back in to the course where they left the course. So here we go around the first corner. Out of sight as they head towards once again a great pan out shot of the Canmore Nordic Centre and the trails. You're watching a lot of spectators now. They've seen the first section. They're running across to start to watch the climb, what we call the wall and the Becky Scott climb. So from the bottom of the wall to the top of the wall, we'll get a shot of that in a few minutes. Great thing with the way that the courses are set up here is the spectators can easily run from section to section without interfering our athletes and being able to get great shots of different points on the course. Like we said, the big uphill, the Becky Scott climb, the wall, over to the weather station, then of course down around the corner into the stadium before they hit the Sarah Renner corner. This is the 5-kilometer course. Section of this course were used for the 1988 Olympic Games, as well as the multiple World Cups that we've hosted here in Canmore. Great job, and a shout out to the Alberta World Cup Hosting Society, who've done a wonderful job, even up last year, hosting the World Cup here in Canmore, exposing our community and our athletes from Canada to some of the best big names like Jessie Diggins, Johannes Klebo showing up in Canmore. Such a great opportunity for so many of our athletes to see their heroes. Interestingly, though, on the registration this year, the athletes were asked who their heroes were, and what a wonderful turnout for Jessie and Johannes. But even better was to see how many of our current national team athletes are heroes to our younger athletes that are racing here. Shout outs to Liliane Gagnon, Antoine Cyr, Sonia Schmidt, Max Holman, Tom Stephen, Allison Mackey, and Graham Ritchie, who were top of the pile there. Heroes to our current young crop of athletes. But don't overlook those long-standing heroes, the Becky Scotts, Chandra Crawfords, Sarah Renners, Brian McKeers, and Alex Harveys, that have also influenced our young skiers to continue and push themselves in this fantastic sport. Waiting for the first group of athletes. Jury member there doing his job, keeping our line of sight nice and clear for the camera as they scatter everybody so we can watch here on our live stream. There they are. The athletes making their way around the first corner here. Still good clump happening in that first pack. Let's see who's out in front. We're going to look to see if we can catch some split times here. This is the men's U16 10-kilometer mass start free skate. Definitely seeing some of those blackjack suits up front and some of those Mont Saint Anne suits, waiting for those first splits to come to us at the weather station. Still a nice tight group of athletes. Unfortunately, a lot of keen spectators, and we can't get mad at them because we want the same as that frontline view of what's happening there on course. Interesting to see here. Still a good group of athletes working together, pacing together. Let's look at what's going to happen at that first climb, the Becky Scott and wall climb. Here we go. Great shot of it right here. As we watch them come up the climb, are we going to start to see some of these athletes break away or some of these athletes break? This is a grueling climb, for a lot of our athletes, especially those coming from across Canada that aren't accustomed to being on these trails, finding creative ways in their home daily training environments to practice this type of climb. And another thing to keep in mind, Lex Hoiston here at the first split in leading position, followed by Kai Sam, Alex Hill, and Darwin Lydiard-Duguid. Another thing to keep in mind is Canmore is sitting at about 1,300 meters of altitude. So when you think of some of these athletes living and training at sea level, coming up to Canmore is quite an adjustment. Many of these athletes will start to come into town ahead of time just to get that acclimatization to the altitude. Great slow motion camera there. Whoops. And we're back to them right there, you guys. Great opportunity to watch the technique here of these athletes. They want to get their body positions correctly so they can press that kick zone without being too far forward, which often leads to slippage in the kick. So some of these athletes just choosing to run up the hill, either in a herringbone run or just a straight run, all allowed during the classic technique. And don't forget, 3 times around this course, 3 times up this hill. Getting a range now about 1 minute and 15 seconds from our leader Lex Hoiston to position number 110. So about 1.5 minutes now of spread that we're seeing through the athletes as we continue to have the athletes push through. Great conditions here today, very stable conditions, something that our wax techs really appreciate. A lot of work goes into selecting the waxes and applying these waxes on the skis for these athletes. Classic days being the bigger challenge because there's 2 sections of the skis. There is the kick zone and the glide zone that needs to be selected and also balanced. So making sure you don't have so much kick that it's affecting your glide, and you haven't minimized your kick so much that you aren't able to make these big climbs that are on this course today. 117 athletes through that first timing split station, looking at about a 2-minute 15-second spread from our leader now right down into position 120. Such a great depth of field today for these athletes. And for many of these athletes, it is their first time at a Canadian National Championship. So U16 is the lowest age group that is at the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. So for many of these athletes, especially in their first year of the U16, every U category containing 2 years of birth, this is the first time they're experiencing an event of this size, this caliber. So quite an experience for them. On top of the racing, just the experience of seeing athletes from across the country, comparing themselves to the athletes across the country. Of course, the organizing committee does a phenomenal job of offering opportunities like the barbecue and the Diamonds and Denim banquet. So fantastic for these young athletes to get to know each other and start to build those friendships that are going to last a lifetime. Here we're watching the descent right through that whale's tail and around. We're going to see them start to head up towards the weather station, and we'll get another split at the weather station. For all of our donors out there who are listening in, who are perhaps streaming us in their offices or sneakily doing it under their desks while they're trying to work, we just want to say thank you for being there and supporting cross-country skiing in Canada, one of Canada's most accessible sports. Whether you're a recreational skier, a jackrabbit, bunny rabbit, a masters competitor, or on the national or international circuit, cross-country skiing provides such a wonderful opportunity for so many people of so many different areas of Canada to participate in this sport. The camaraderie, the friendship, and the skills that are developed last a lifetime. So to all our donors and our supporters, a massive thank you. Here we go. Split at the weather station. Anton Malin in that leading position right now with a time of 11:08. Hollyburn Ski Club. Anton Malin looked like Kai Sam from Chelsea Nordic, having the second fastest time at the weather station split for the moment. So spread is starting to get a little bit bigger and a little bit faster through these athletes. Heading up now to the weather station. The view that you're seeing right now. And once they're past here, they're going to head into that downhill. If you're sitting in the stadium with me right now, my view is straight out on course through the stadium, and I can see that great descent that they do before they hit that final Sarah Renner corner. Very technical course for U16 athletes. A lot of challenging technical descents and uphills. So good on them for being out there, not letting up for 1 minute while on course. Just a reminder that today is presented by Zizou Optics. Zizou Optics has been a supporter of amateur athletes, especially cross-country skiing, for such a long time. They're going to be doing a giveaway on their social media, so go on, have a look for them. If not, make your way over to the Zizou Optics tent. Ari will be there, owner and operator of Zizou. And here we are, coming into the downhill loop, just before the stadium. We can see who our leaders are right now from a distance. We'll wait to see if the camera can pan to them. Looks like a Chelsea Nordic suit out in front. Is that Kai Sam? And of course, we've got the blackjack suits out in front as well. Expected from our Luke Austin and Alex Heel, likely out in front right there, but also Kai Sam. And we talked about out skiing your bib. A reminder that Kai started 20 seed positions back from those leaders, had a very great start, aggressively making his way through that group. There you go, you can see those athletes doing the downhill, and right here is that lead group coming up the hill before they head into, wow, really quickly in fact, coming up the hill before they head down the Sarah Renner corner. We can see the blackjack suit, the Chelsea Nordic suit, now, we do have a Canmore suit in there. Hard to tell who it is. Is that Grant Simpson? Is it going to be 3 for 3? Will we actually see 3 gold medals for Canmore Nordic today? Or are the other clubs stepping up and saying, you know what, Canmore Nordic, you're awesome. You've done a phenomenal job of hosting this, but time for somebody else. Very early to tell, not even through our first lap yet. It's anyone's game at this point. And again, that big lead group still quite compact. Unlike Aislinn Simpson in that last race, she just took off at the beginning and started to get a lead right away in that first lap. And by the time she had her second lap, 30 seconds ahead and held that lead for the rest of the race. So interesting choice of tactics. Let's see what happens here with the U16 boys. We started off the morning early here, 8 a.m. with our Para Nordic mass start. For those who weren't around, our Para Nordic skiers went out at 8 o'clock this morning. It was a great race, lots of tight finishes. Here we go, we're watching that lead group. There you go, in the front. Bib 342, Alex Heel, from Blackjack, taking that lead back. off of Kai Sam from Chelsea Nordic. Still a big lead group right here. They're coming in through for their first lap. Very relaxed pace here. Great double pole technique. Leader bib right now on Luke Austin. Looks like they're chatting to each other, working together as a team. Coming around the corner here, we can see in the 352, 345, 347 in those 345 positions, but still quite a group. The first three trying to make a break, trying to pull away from the rest of the group, but that rest of the group is not letting them have it. So in first position right now, we can see that it's Luke Austin. He is being followed by Alex Heel. Alex Heel. And you can see a little bit of jockeying there, trying to get into the tracks that are best for them, making sure that they're not riding somebody else's skis, but great position to be drafting as well. Making their way now up into the climb, into their second lap. So Luke Austin at 15 minutes and 24 on his first lap. And again, a reminder that we have over 120 skiers on this start line today. Fantastic depth of field in our men's U16 category. It is a 10-kilometer race, 2 times around a grueling 5-kilometer course. Very challenging. Cheering them on. Fantastic energy here in the stadium. It hasn't even waned. In fact, it's gotten bigger as the day has progressed, as our fields get deeper. All right, you're watching the climb up here before the corner into the larger climb. It's our U16 men right now on course. Great spectatorship today, great support. You'll see coaches holding poles. We know that accidents can happen, especially in a mass start, especially early on in that mass start as they're coming out of the grid. Poles can break, skis can get caught and broken. So you'll often see coaches on course with extra equipment ready to give to the athletes. And one thing that's wonderful about this community is it doesn't matter if it's yours or not your athlete, everyone supports each other, and we'll often see coaches from other clubs supporting athletes from another club, handing a pole, handing a ski, giving encouragement. Great community here at the Canmore Nordic Ski Centre today. The athletes continue to stream through the stadium here from my point of view, and as you can see on screen right now, great group of athletes still going up the hill, still just starting to spread out more and more through the race. Some of them starting to push that pace, jockeying for positions as they're going up. Very keen cowbell shaking happening there at the top of the hill. And if you'd noticed right there, there was a pole exchange to one of the athletes who had had a broken pole. They got themselves headed another pole right there at the top of the hill. Seamless in the transition for the athlete. Great practice I'm sure they've had before, making sure that they're not flustered by it, and the ability to refocus and get right back into that race is fantastic. Queen of the hill, the king of the hill right now, great time to talk about is the climb. The climb starts just before the steep climb in the finger and will finish at the top of Becky Scott's Hill. So that's just that wall section we're talking about. The athletes are timed, and today they'll at least get twice to go in there, but it is the individual fastest segment each day for the winner. There is also an aggregate through the week for the fastest segment overall. So that's going to be their Monday plus today time. So during the interval as well as during the mass start, Those two times will be combined, and the slowest time will be deemed the king of the hill. Same for the descent. We will have a king of the descent as well. And of course, for the women, we will have the queen of descent and the queen of climb. Great aggressive stride technique here right now. Looking over to zone 4, if people are looking for live timing results right now. Luke Austin, after the first lap, is sitting in first place, 14:05. Alex Heel, 14:06. Darwin Lydia Dugood from Chelsea in 14:06.8, so 0.5 of a seconds behind right now. But only halfway through this 10K right now. Still an opportunity for upsets to happen during this second lap before the athletes come into the finish. We know that Canmore Nordic had a fantastic morning in that U18 category, winning double golds. Right now, Olin Bergen and Grant Simpson from Canmore Nordic sitting at about 10 seconds behind Luke Austin. Will they be able to make that time up? Half a loop left. Here we see Alex Heels made the move to the front here in our split time. Alex from Blackjack, brother Adam Heel. Adam is a member of our national development team. Luke Austin, also from Blackjack, sitting in second. And Reed Thompson, Big Thunder, Ontario, getting into that third position right now. So we're starting to really see that start to spread out a little bit. 16 seconds behind. Another 10 seconds behind Reed is Lex Hoyston. He's also a Blackjack team. Will we have a triple Blackjack podium today? Don't forget our podiums are from 1st to 6th. So possible to have up to 3 Blackjacks athletes right now sitting in the top 6 position. Dawson Abraham, also Nelson North sitting in 6th. Darwin Lydia Dugood. Darwin is sitting currently in 7th with 8. Kai Sam from Chelsea Nordic right behind him, about 2 seconds behind him right now. Well into that second lap now for the U16. Watching them come up that wall right now, the climb. This is the segment that is measured for the King of the Hill. Our King of the Climb was Alex Heel from our interval race that started on Monday. So Alex Heel is currently our King of the Hill for climbing, and Adrian Wickham is our King of the Hill for descent. Will there be an upset today? Will those names change? We know Alex had a great interval race. He was first for that 5-kilometer interval race. Luke Austin winning the men's sprint classic. Those names are close up to the top there. Let's see what they can pull out today for the mass start 10-kilometer classic race. Thank you again for everyone watching, whether local or international, Canadian or Norwegian. So great to have you join us via our live stream. Great work to be able to share this event with everyone, with family and friends that weren't able to travel out to the beautiful Canmore, but hopefully getting a sense of it. The Rockies in the background, the snow, the energy. Great to be able to share that with everyone. You've heard me reference Mass Start Classic, and you guys saw that earlier today. All of the athletes starting at the same time, seated by their national ranking list. Mass Start is, of course, just one of the formats that we see in cross-country skiing. We'll often see interval starts, and that was what we had on Monday. The athletes are starting individually about 30 seconds apart. And then, of course, the sprint format, which was our Tuesday race, which is a qualifying round, and the top 30 moving on to heats, each heat having 6 people in it, quarters to semis, into, of course, the final top 6 racing the final heat. So far we've seen the interval, the sprint, and the mass start, and you will be watching the relay start tomorrow, the 4x relay tomorrow, which will be 2 women, 2 men per team, 2 skating, 2 classic legs. So 1 man, 1 woman skating, 1 man, 1 woman who will be doing the classic technique. So look to that for tomorrow. We do also have other race formats, the pursuit, the skiathlon, the team sprint, as well as our classic 50-kilometer mass starts, one of the Homan Colin's marquee race formats. So Stay tuned to watch more of these exciting races this week, finishing on Sunday with our open category. So if those don't know, the Canadian National Ski Championship is what we call a FIS sanctioned race for our open category. That is the oldest category. And FIS sanctioned races allow the athletes to accumulate FIS points. And for those athletes that are racing internationally, those FIS points are very important for A, being able to start, and B, where they will be seated in races. All right, weather station 2, split time. Luke Austin from Blackjack in the lead, 25 minutes, 18 seconds. Alex Heel in second, 5 seconds behind. We can see that spread now happening in those lead groups. We talk a lot about wax. We talk about a lot about weather. These are important factors for skiers, of course. Their selection of skis. And for those who don't know, yeah, there is a difference in the type of skis that you will use. Not just because of the technique, obviously differences between our classic and skate, but differences based on the conditions. So what we call wet bases, cold, warm skis, rubs, zeros. So a lot of different types of skis depending on the conditions that the athletes are skiing in. Third place, Reed Thompson right now. Reed Thompson from Big Thunder Nordic, 23 seconds behind Luke. Lex Hoyston, Blackjack, 39 seconds behind. Oh, Hudson Mayer cracking that top 6. Priestville Nordic, Saskatchewan, way to get in there, Saskatchewan. And Dawson Abraham rounding out the podium 6 right now, but still can change. Dawson's from Nelson Nordic. So a bit of a spread there from 1 to 6, just under a minute of time between Luke Austin and Dawson Abraham. Luke being in first, Dawson in 6th, leading times right now. Great shot of the descent. Great shot of the descent right now. You can see Luke Austin making his way around that technical downhill corner, double pulling his way up. See another suit right there. Hard to tell, but it looked like maybe another Blackjack skier right there. Blackjack making their way up over the hump there. With coming into the Sarah Renner corner. Of course, Sarah Renner, our Olympic silver medalist with Becky Scott in the team sprint event. Canada really doing well in the sprint right now. Names like Sonia Schmidt winning the U23 gold medal last year in Planitia. She also just placed 4th at the World Cup against such big guns like Jessie Diggins. So fantastic there. There we go. We can see our leader bib coming up there right before they head into that final downhill into the stadium. Trying to stay low and aggressive around this corner. Choosing the right line on a corner is incredibly important, part of the race tactics. Line choice is critical. Being able to carry speed up and over the next portion of the race. So you don't want to be so tight that you're having to snowplow the turn, and you don't want to be so wide that you're swinging out and letting someone cut you off in the interior. Also really important is actually condition of the snow. As more and more racers go around a corner, that snow gets chewed up, and even though it may be the best line, because of the snow conditions, you're better off choosing a different line. So a lot of decision making happens during a race due to the tactics, due to the changing conditions, due to your competitors. So we should be seeing there we are right there. Leader bib coming in from Blackjack. Bib 341, kind of hidden by his leader bib right now. Luke Austin from Blackjack making his way into the finish line corridors right now. Great double pull. Who's chasing him down? We'll see in just a moment. That second place is going to be another Blackjack athlete, bib 342, Alex Hill. Is it going to be a 1-2? It sure looks like it. No one else in the sights right now. There you go, Alex, looking over your shoulder, well aware that he's coming into the home stretch. There we go, a 1-2 finish for Blackjack. Holding on to that leader bib. Well done. There we go, Blackjack. Great job today. Canmore Nordic still happy with their back-to-back goals from this morning, but Blackjack's got to be celebrating a little bit right now with a 1-2 finish. Teammates giving each other the 5 there. Great work by Alex. Great work by Luke. Congratulations, Blackjack. Fantastic work in the board. U16 10-kilometer mass start. Third place coming up the pipe right now. Who's going to round out those top 3 places? 3:43, Reed Thompson from Big Nordic making his way, but then we got 4th and 5th battling right behind. So 3:43 right there. Reed Thompson from Big Thunder, who's then followed by 3:44 Lex Hoyston, and I believe that was 3:49 Hudson Mayer across the line. Great work to our U16 men. Nice to see our winner, Luke Austin, sticking around, giving some shout outs to teammates as well as other clubs. Fantastic work. 3:45 Dawson Abraham from Nelson Nordic coming across the line there. 3:46 Hamish Woodman from Revelstoke. Great group coming here, pushing each other. Who's going to take it at the end? 3:58, 3:61, and 3:80. 3:58, 61, and 80. 58, Raphaël Lemire de Mont-Saint-Anne. Calvin McCann from Foothills. And Kieran Grant, also from Foothills. 3:76, just made it across the line. Cedar Clark from Big Thunder Nordic. 3:52, 3:52. Darwin Lydia Dugood from Chelsea. 3:48, 3:47. Grant Simpson and Anton Malin. Grant from Canmore Nordic, Anton Malin from Hollyburn Ski Club. Lots of nice finishes here, lots of tight finishes. The athletes pushing each other through the finish line. 3:81 with a good lunge there, making sure that they're getting the higher ranked position for their club aggregate, their division aggregate, as well as their individual aggregates. So many ways to contribute to success here at the Canmore Nordic Ski Club during the National Championships, either through individual aggregates, club or division, King of the Hills. And for what we haven't seen yet today, but will for tomorrow, is the University and College division. We do have a CCUNC division that represents our student athletes across Canada, and they also have an overall male aggregate and an overall female aggregate award. So excellent to see so many opportunities for success here. Adrian Wickham from Buckley Valley coming down the line there, being chased by 4:01 Liam Pengra. You can see the effort these athletes have put in, just coming through the finish. A lot of heavy breathing, a lot of just standing there, enjoying the moment. And look at that crowd, those spectators. We're going 5-6 deep here along the fence. The energy and the noise on site is fantastic here today. What a great event. The mass start, always exciting, that start with so many athletes off the line, so many tactics right from the get-go. Big crowd favorite here today. Athletes keep coming across the line. Great shot here, an overhead shot. You can see our timing crew as well as the finish line. We have 3:72 making their way across the line there. That was Liam Bate from Foothills Nordic. There's a bit of a pile up here at the end. There's traffic congestion as the athletes come across the line. Not a surprise when you've got over 120 starters in an event like this. And they just keep coming. From my view here, you can see the food tent is a absolute zoo. The athletes all grabbing some drinks and some food, getting ready to recover for the relay tomorrow. Lots of volunteers at the end of the zone here picking up bibs and chips off of the athletes. Bib 391, that was Tobias Lewin from Foothills. 374, Sebastian Rossi from Foothills. 357, Emmett Shala from Team Hardwood coming in. Nice angle here, seeing the athletes double poling into their finish. Great to see the commitment to the racing right to the finish line, not letting up. We did see a little bit of that on the sprint day, which was understandable. If they knew they were moving on, they wanted to retain that energy because that racing was going to continue during the day. These guys know it's over after this. The day is done, so leave it all on the line at this point. 4:07 just crossing the line there. Ewan Gagné du Plessis de Mousky. Shout out to Quebec, bringing the largest team this year out to Canmore. Believe it's 160 athletes, 170 athletes from Quebec present for the Canadian Championships. Alberta bringing in 163, BC 159, Ontario 154. Saskatchewan with 24, Yukon with 20, Manitoba, Newfoundland, Northwest Territories, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick also represented here today. What a great cross representation of all of our divisions in Canada. We continue to see the athletes here crossing the finish line. Bib 387 and 373. 387, Antoine Lajeunesse de Fondeur Laurentide. 373, Oscar Berglund from Big Thunder. On the right there is flag row. So here's a little bit of history. At the 1988 Olympic Games, flag row was erected and a flag from each of the nations represented is there. So it's actually a living museum. That flag row is recognized as a living museum right here in the Canmore Nordic Centre. And if you ever get a chance to go actually into the Canmore Nordic Centre, there's a great museum of the history of cross-country skiing in Canada. And you'll see great photos of Chandra and Becky and Alex and Devin and Brian and Mark. Just a great representation of our para and Olympic athletes through the ages, as well as equipment. Fascinating to see the evolution of our roller skis. For those who don't know what a roller ski is, roller skis are exactly as they sound. They're skis with wheels on them. So very shortened skis with wheels that allow our athletes to train cross-country skiing in the summer and springtime. So when they don't have snow, they're able to do their cross training on roller skis. But the evolution is phenomenal to see in terms of the braking systems to no braking systems, the size of the wheels, the width of the skis. So if you are ever in Canmore or currently in Canmore but couldn't make it up here today, have a walk through the Canmore Nordic Centre and check out the cross-country ski museum there. More athletes coming in, but what we're noticing across the stadium is the U16 women are starting to load the grid. U16 women starting to load the grid. And of course, grid is that area of the stadium where they will start for the mass start. In the chevrons, which is sort of those arrow-shaped red numbers, the athletes will come, find their number, put their skis down in their start position. We talked about this a little bit earlier. The seating is done by their ranking list, the Canadian Points ranking list. But again, we've seen enough that while it is an advantage to be at the front, it doesn't always mean it's a given. Having a quick look here, more of our U16 boys coming in across the finish line after a 10-kilometer mass start. Lots of climbing for them there. Well-deserved rest at the end of today with the efforts putting in here. One skate photos in the shot right there. We're so grateful for so many of our photographers that are able to capture these special moments for the athletes. If you haven't had a chance, go have a look at One Skate photos. You can see our athletes as they're happily crossing the finish line, giving a wave over to the camera. Glad for it to be over. There you go. You can see an example of one of the chips being taken off the ankle. One race to go. One race to go. That's the U16 women's. The U16 women's mass start. Still quite a few racers out on course. Again, if you want to see the results, you want to follow along live, head over to Zone 4. We still have about 35 racers out on course before the start of our U16 women's. Current standing, Luke Austin in first, Alex Heel second, Reed Thompson third, Lex Hoyston fourth, Hudson Mayer fifth, Dawson Abraham sixth. Great to see this podium. Blackjack taking 3 of the 6 podium spots today. Congratulations, Blackjack. Definitely dominating this U16 boys 10-kilometer mass start. Massive shout out to Saskatchewan making it onto the podium today. Hudson Meyer in 5th position. Great for the representation. Nelson Nordic and also Big Thunder, Ontario. Great work from the clubs across Canada. And you can see on your screen the results as the athletes have been coming in, scrolling through. Their position is the bolded number on the left, followed by their name, their club, their CPL points, and then where you see the plus 3.51, that is the time behind the winner. That is the time behind the winner. So 53rd position, Calvin McCann from Foothills Nordic. Another example, 70, Oscar Berglund, Big Thunder, with a time of 5 minutes and 41 seconds behind the winner. So if you're reading the results from left to right, it is their position, their name, their club, their CPL points, and then that time represented with the positive is the time behind the winner. All right, we're very close to the start of the U16 women's 10-kilometer start. And then our last race of the day will be our Para Nordic standing 10-kilometer start. So 2 more races to go, U16 women and the Para Nordic standing category. Names to look out for the U16 women. Looking back on the results so far this week, Ella Fuller was your Sprint Classic winner, followed by Eula Palmer-Bird, Mia Brundell-Ray, Amelia Moore, Emily Kvik, and Annalisa Verma making that podium for the Sprint Classic. In the interval 5 kilometers, very similar names. Ella Fuller, who's currently our leader, Eula Palmer-Bird, Layla LaBelle, Amelia Moore, Natalie Meinert, and Ember Smith rounding out that podium for the interval 5K. But let's not forget, we've got some queens out there, the Queen of the Hill Descent and the Queen of the Hill Climb. And in our women's Queen of the Climb, Layla LaBelle, but she's closely followed by Eula Palmer-Bird and Ella Fuller. There's a great shot of our women right there getting ready for the U16 10-kilometer, 2 laps. Moving those skis back and forth, making sure that that kick zone is not getting ice up. U16 women, Queen of the Hill Descent, Ember Smith. Ember Smith, will she hang on to that? Let's watch her today as she does her descent. Now, she's from Revelstoke Nordic, and I can tell you right now that Revelstoke Nordic trails have some extremely challenging downhills. Fish Hook, I think, is the name of one of the trails that I had the pleasure of skiing one day, which was quite an eye-opener. So no surprise that Ember Smith is winning the Queen of the Descent. There we go, leader bib right there in the middle, followed by our top CPL point ranked women. Getting ready to start. We are at a 12:15 start, so at least 3 minutes before we head out here. That's Ella Fuller right now. Ella Fuller wearing the leader bib. Oh, look at that stunning shot. We can see the three sisters way in the background, but that just simple hump there at the front, sort of right of your screen, that is called Ha Ling. Very popular hike here in Canmore, climbing up Ha Ling, and actually one of the great training runs that our athletes get to do. They can start at the Canmore Nordic Centre, run up the Spray Road, run to the top of Ha Ling, and back. So no wonder these athletes are fast and fit. Great view of the Rocky Mountains. Now we're panning into our athletes on screen right there. You can see bib 480, loving the cow print. Very popular design here. And in Alberta, 480 is Mia Delbrun from Le Club Chelsea Nordic. Of course, a lot of cattle farming out here in Alberta. As everyone knows, Alberta beef is the best. So the cow print, quite a common view out here. Queens of the Hill, Layla LaBelle, Amber Smith defending their Queen of the Hill titles today. Ella Fuller, the winner of both the Sprint Classic and the Interval from Monday and Tuesday, wearing that leader bib. Will she defend? Is she going for a triple crown in the individual starts? Eula Palmer-Bird, silver in both of those events as well. Will she be going for another, or is it time for her to take a step up on that podium? 2 laps. Lots of time, lots of tactics. We're going to see how this plays out today. Thanks again to Salomon and Rundle for making it possible for friends and family from across Canada to join us. Great to have you cheering from a distance. And as you've seen, the crowd is thick and excited here today. Always bringing the cowbells. So we need a cowbell emoji. That's what we need on social media, a big cowbell emoji. So you guys could be sending it in, liking it, but sending the cowbell into the live stream. There we are, loaded and ready to go. And they're off. The U16 women's 10-kilometer Mass Start Classic race. Big group of girls today. About 89, 90 starters. I'll get a confirmation on that right now. Lots of power coming up. And you can already see the movement of the athletes as they move through the scrub zone into the 4 lanes, heading up the hill. We watch the bibs as they move across, trying to sneak in, trying to get some forward positioning here. We've got 1 girl down, 2. We've had someone break a pole. We've got a bit of a jam up in the bottom right-hand corner there in your screen. You can see a lot of the athletes moving around there, trying to stand up. Definitely a pole exchange happening there. This is not uncommon in a mass start. Very common with this number of athletes to have accidents happen. Let's hope they can get back up. Thankfully, the group is quite still clumped together, so no, hopefully, big time loss here, and they'll be able to get right back in. You can see the tactic here. Numbers on the outside, running outside of the lane, trying to move up their position, move ahead of their bib number, or catch up and stay in touch with their bib group. Fantastic to see so many women involved in the sport of cross-country skiing right now. Huge shout out to our clubs across Canada as our coaches get more and more educated in women and sport and offering these safe and welcoming environments for women in sport. Congratulations to the cross-country community for leadership in safe sport and for women in sport. There we go. We can see our spectators running across, being very cautious not to step on the tracks. You see them being very deliberate in how they walk across the trail. They know they don't want to damage the tracks for the athletes. And you can see the mass climb of all the spectators heading up to see the wall, where they will be named Queen of the Hill. Great shot here right now. Trails, we should be seeing our athletes just come around the corner right now. Names to watch: Ella Fuller holding the first position right now. Eula Palmer-Bird, who was silver in both of the other individual starts this week in our sprint and our individual interval starts. Sorry. Layla LaBelle, Amelia Moore, Mia Delbrun, Natalie Meinart, Annalisa Verma, Julia Renault, Amber Smith, Michaela Kennedy, all names to watch for right now. But again, could there be an upset? Could we see 6 new names on that podium? Anything possible in a mass start, especially a grueling mass start like this. Here you can see that crowd that was climbing up the hill to catch the next viewpoint. Coming up now on the side of the trail, lots of extra poles, as we saw there with the crash at the beginning. Extra poles are needed. Little fun fact as we're looking at these trails, A lot of wildlife. In fact, one of the messages coming through the safety channels today was like, hey, there's a group of deer at the bottom of the hill. We've gotten them out of the way, but can all the officials and course controllers make sure to keep the wildlife off the trails? And we're not talking about our athletes. We're talking about the deer, the elk, the lynx, the chipmunks, etc. So the Nordiq Centre has a lot of wildlife that are often spotted on the trails. In fact, so much so there's a lot of the trails named after these animals that we see here. Some of them include the coyote, the lynx, and the gray wolf, cougar, osprey, flying squirrel, wolverine. So great local lore here as we talk about the animals. And here are some of our skiers coming around now into view here in the camera. Who do we have as a leader right now? We can see Ella Fuller right there passing us. Was that Eula Bird ahead of her? I see a Mont Saint Anne suit that's gone through. In a few seconds now, we'll get a split up towards the weather station. They're just coming up the wall right now. And as always, everybody wants that great view, so we're a little bit blocked in our camera here, but still great to see some of those suits and bibs go by as we try to catch numbers. And even the dogs are out cheering the athletes on today. So lots of puppies out there today cheering on the athletes. There's the wall right there. Who is the leader? Seems to be a little bit of a spread now coming up in that leader group. Trying to maybe break them on the hill, getting a bit of an advantage here. Great energy. You can still see good speed being carried over through the diagonal stride. There we go. Dechen Günther. We're just going to get a confirmation on these times right now. As we come through the split, seems like Eula Palmer-Bird is in second, Mia Brun-Del-Rey in third, Amelia Moore in fourth. Bib 571, Dechen Günther appears to have the leading split right now. Dechen Günther from Turtle Mountain Nordic Ski Club. We're just going to confirm that with our timing right now. Up here we can see the group has spread out a little bit. And again, as you're watching the time scroll through, the left side is their position, their name, and then the time behind the winner. 2 laps today of the 5-kilometer course. 2 laps today of the 5-kilometer course here. Canmore Nordic Centre, site of the 1988 Winter Olympic Games, multiple World Cups, site of Chandra Crawford's fantastic gold medal winning sprint race here in Canmore Nordic. We can see that herringbone walk right now. We got to be careful. No gliding is permitted while they're herringboning because that can be considered a skate technique and that would be a technical violation. So athletes have to be very careful if they're going to use a herringboning technique to not have any glide. And we will have course controllers, and those are the officials that are all over the course, keeping an eye out for safety, for technique violations, for obstructions, anything that would cause the race to not be fair. Okay, we're going to be coming up to the weather station view very soon. It appears Deccan Gunter is still holding that lead position from Turtle Mountain Nordic, Manitoba. Bib 571. Let's see if she's still there as we come around into the weather station. And a reminder, today is the Classic Technique. Classic Technique, we've had the interval start was our skate technique on Monday, followed by a sprint classic. Today is a classic. And then, of course, tomorrow will be our relay, which will have both classic and skate technique and mixed gender. All right, we can see our athletes now coming into view, coming up to the weather station. Even if the day is continuing to progress, the energy is getting higher and higher here at the Canmore Nordic Centre. Lots of noise and cheering, lots of cowbells right outside the window here that I can hear. Great energy supporting our athletes from across the country. For those on site today and maybe being caught in the screenshot, you will see our officials that are training and doing their level 3 training officials course. Look for the gray bibs. And here we see it is bib 571. Deccan Gunter from Manitoba making an aggressive move through this here, trying to pull away from our leader, Ella Fuller. Overall leader bib wearer Ella Fuller trying to track down, chase down Deccan Gunter from Turtle Mountain, Manitoba. Now here's exactly what we are talking about in terms of bib numbers and where you start in a mass start. Bib number 471, Ella Fuller. 571, Deccan Gunter. Obviously some aggressive race tactics at the beginning there for Deccan and work her way through all of those athletes to be able to get out in that lead position. Now, will she be able to hold it? Did she give up too much energy getting that position? We don't know. We'll have to wait and see as we're coming around up to the weather station, watching those split. You look Palmer Bird right now, Ella Fuller vying for those top positions. Deccan holding a time of 10 minutes and 57 seconds. We're going to be coming into the descent into the stadium. We'll see where they are with the first lap times. That would definitely be an upset to the last 2 days of results. Deccan from Manitoba, you go, you show them what Manitoba can do. You may be flat as a province, but you are fierce as a people. Let's see Manitoba coming into the descent here. Is it still Deccan? No hesitation on this downhill. Great step turn technique right into a down, very good tuck position, carrying the speed. No one tell us that Manitoba is flat. Deccan has just shown us what she can do. Here she is being chased by leader bib Ella Fuller coming around, trying to track her down. And double pulling, trying to keep her distance away from her, Deccan Gunter. Let's see if she can hold this for her second lap. Continuing to watch this technical downhill here, we can tell that the conditions have changed. The lines are changing a little bit for the athletes, a little bit chewed up in that corner, having to be very careful. This is where all that agility and balance, ankle strength, coordination comes in. The ability to carry that speed, maintain that line through the downhill. Great double pulling, here we go. Manitoba's Deccan Gunter aggressively making her way up right now. Will she upset the podium? Will she be able to hold it through her second lap? Ella Fuller not giving up 1 second, running up that hill. Fernie Nordic's Ella Fuller pushing, trying to catch up to Manitoba's Deccan Gunter. Turtle Mountain Nordic, if you are watching, send Deccan your energy right now. Let's see if she can pull out a win for Manitoba. Not letting up is the next group right here, our chase group coming up the hill right before we see that Sarah Renner corner. Great work so far by all of these athletes. It is not a given. There we go. Should we be seeing Deccan right now coming down into the stadium? Yes, she's in her tuck position, coming down into the stadium. There she is right there. Lead getting a little bit bigger here. Down into the mini-man position. Sonia Schmidt would be proud of you right now, Deccan. Trying to get as much speed as possible, carrying it through. Here she is, double pulling. Ella Fuller now right behind her. Can she keep it going? In the lead. Great shot here of her coming into her lap lane. Needing now to tap into that energy, maintaining what she just did on this first lap. Will she be able to do it? Ella Fuller coming up behind. Ella's not going to give up on this. Now she's closing the gap on Deccan. Can Deccan hold on to it? Double pulling through. We can see her in the stadium right now. Great speed for Deccan. Let's go, Manitoba. Nice step turn around the corner, but Ella's got her in her sight. Ella doesn't look like she's tiring at all. Sorry, that's a Sovereign Lake uniform. I think our leader bibs belongs actually to Eula Palmer-Bird from Sovereign Lake. .471 is Ella Fuller. .472 Eula Palmer-Bird. Just confirming that leader bib. Right now, Deccan Gunter in first with a time of 15:48, followed by Eula Palmer-Bird from Sovereign Lake, 8.2 seconds behind. There has been a switch in the leader bib. The leader bib belongs to Ella Fuller, but currently on Eula Palmer-Bird at the moment. Eula Palmer-Bird from Sovereign chasing Deccan up the hill. She knows she's got the time to do it. She knows she has almost a full lap to catch her. Can Deccan hold her off? Eula closing that gap. Deccan's going to need to push hard here, keeping that lead. So, in fact, it is Decca Gunter from Manitoba in first, Eula Palmer-Bird from Sovereign Lake in second, Eula wearing the leader bib, Julia Renault, Mont Saint-Anne, Quebec in third, Ember Smith, Revelstoke in fourth, Layla Labelle, Nakertalk, Amelia Moore, Strathcona Nordics through that first lap. If you look on zone 4 lap times, 108 racers out on course right now. There is no given. Great battle happening between Deccan and Eula. There seems to be a mix-up right now, and we want to say severe apologies to everybody out there right now. We're just looking at the bib numbers. We're trying to make sure that the right transponder has made it onto the right athlete. Right now it's saying Deccan, but it is actually Ella Fuller. We're believing it's Ella Fuller out in front being chased by Eula Palmer Bird. I think what has happened is we've had an issue with the transponder has been put on the incorrect athlete. So thank you to timing and also to our viewers who are sending messages to us right now. Thank you so much. Being up in the tower right now, we don't always see the athletes, but as we saw them coming through the stadium, we noticed the BC uniform on the athlete. So while the transponder is saying Deccan Gunter, we believe that it's actually Eula Fuller in first and Eula Palmer Bird in second place right now. So currently a switch up in terms of the timing chips, but it is Ella Fuller and Eula Palmer Bird in first and second place. So finishing the second lap, apologies to the viewers. Thank you to the viewers who have messaged in to let us know. But man, were we ever happy for Manitoba. Still going to be a fantastic performance for Manitoba, we're sure. But to be fair, Eula Palmer Bird and Ella Fuller are in first and second place right now. All right, here we go. We're going to see, actually, we're back here with the camera close up, and I think we're going to be confirming that Ella Fuller from Fernie, BC is coming across our screen right now. There we go. 471, Ella Fuller being followed by Eula Palmer Bird from Palmer Bird from Sovereign Lake. Thanks to everyone for their patience and understanding. We're going to get that corrected on our timing. You can see now that it has been updated. Unfortunately, the chips were switched. 471 and 571 were switched. Deccan Gunter, we are still cheering for you. It has not diminished. We are still excited for Manitoba, but in fairness, Eula Palmer Bird, Ella Fuller duking it out for first and second place right now. Ella Fuller, bib 471. Great shot here of the climb out of the stadium. We can see the athletes. They're starting to feel this course. U16s out here on the 5-kilometer course. Great sections of this course have been used in the Olympics and the World Cups. No surprise that our U16s are finding it a grueling and challenging course. Good on them. There we go. We're in the last lap. We're in the final climb. These girls are probably quite happy to see this come to an end. Looking to the top of the wall going, yep, that's the last climb for today. I got to get her done. Eula Fuller making sure she's staying out in front there. The energy seems to be consistent and going up. Ella Fuller out in front. Eula Palmer Bird chasing her down, not wanting to give up. She knows the race isn't over till they cross the finish line. Putting a fantastic effort in right now up the hill. They've had such a lead in front of third and fourth place. Coaches here cheering their athletes on. Great day out there today. It's been very consistent in terms of the temperature, hovering around +2, +3 right now in Canmore. Our volunteers are very grateful for the temperatures this week, especially those that are starting at about 5 o'clock in the morning in the dark. Thank you so much for making this happen. Ella Fuller, Eula Palmer Bird, first and second right now, deking it out. Thanks again to those who messaged in about the chip mix-up. We had a mix-up between 471 and 571. There we go. Layla Labelle in third, Julia Renault in fourth, Amelia Moore fifth, and Ember sixth right now at the top of the wall. Ebba Charlotte. Mia Brundel Ray at eighth right now. Ebba Charlotte Lemire seventh, Mia Brundel Ray eighth, and Elisa Verma ninth. Great cheering here right now. Athletes coming into their last stretch. We do have one more race today. Don't go away. 120 Para Nordic standing 10-kilometer start at 1:20 today. So don't go away. Still some exciting action. Amazing to see some of these athletes still having so much energy running up that hill right there. Good on you guys. Also, tactical decisions here. Is it worth expending a lot of energy on that uphill to not have it for the downs and the flats? Always making decisions throughout the course on energy, lines, decision making, etc. So great job to these athletes as they are tackling this very challenging course. If you're watching the time, scroll through. Just a correction at the top of your screen there. There was a mix-up with the bibs. Number 1, Deccan Gunter, is actually Ella Fuller from Fernie Nordic. So bib 471, Ella Fuller, and bib 571, Deccan Gunter, had the chips switched, unfortunately, at the beginning. So that's why you're seeing that. So where you're seeing Deccan, it should be Ella Fuller from Fernie Nordic. Eula Palmer in second place from Sovereign Lake Nordic Club in beautiful Vernon. We should be seeing our leaders coming into view. There they are right there. Just watching, coming up wall number 2 here. And we're going to see them heading into the weather station. We should be getting another split very soon. Great shot of our sponsors here on the right. Fantastic to see their banners out there. Even better that they have offered their support so we can share this racing across the country right now. Thank you to Rundle and Salomon for making live streaming possible. And of course, all of the volunteers and home team making the camera action happening so we can share this with you. Classic technique today. Tomorrow will be our relay. Both techniques involved in the relay tomorrow. Division, it should be loud, it should be exciting. If you are in the area, if you can get into the area, make your way out to the Canmore Nordic Centre tomorrow for the 4I relay tomorrow. 2 men, 2 women, 2 techniques. Oh, and we have a switch up. Eula Palmer Bird moving ahead of Ella Fuller. Eula Palmer Bird moving ahead of Ella Fuller. Will that be able to hold? Will Eula push and make it to the finish line, first upsetting Ella's triple crown? Early yet, still some of this course to go through, still the technical downhill and the push into the gradual to the finish. But are we going to see an upset here? Ella Fuller having won the interval 5 kilometer and the sprint classic. Eula being silver on both days. Is she tired of being silver? Is she gonna make that push to gold? Still on the line, Queen of the Hill, uphill and downhill. Queen of the Hill, descent and climb to be decided. Third position, Layla Labelle. About 50 seconds off of Eula Palmer Bird in first place right now. Great gap for those first and second places. 25 seconds, Layla Bell ahead of Julia Renault. Has she given herself enough of a lead to secure that third place position? Early yet, but Layla LaBelle from Nakartok making an aggressive move into that third position. Great shot here now. We should be seeing Eula Palmer-Bird from Sovereign Lake making that corner. Has she given herself the lead? Ella Fuller right behind her. Ella being our two-time gold medalist right now. Will we be crowning a national champion? Whoa. Ella hasn't given up. She is aggressively making her way up, trying to catch Eula right now. Eula pushing that double pole. Still time, still a technical downhill happening. It's not over yet, but man, do they have a lead over that third position right now. Layla LaBelle, is she holding that third position? Eula Palmer-Bird trying to upset right now. We can see her making that push here right before the Sarah Renner corner, but Ella Fuller not giving up even an inch, pushing up that hill, closing that gap. Is she gonna have the time to do it? Will we see a sprint to the finish? Always challenging to race a hard 10-kilometer course and then turn around and being it decided in the last 100 or so meter. We can see the crowd running to watch the finish. They know that it's not over yet. They want to cheer their teammates on. They're running just as fast. They're putting in the effort. Like I said, a lot of these wax and coaches turn their GPS watches on in their Stravas, and they're hitting the 18 kilometers a day, running up and down that course, testing the wax, getting as much of a workout in as these athletes. Do we see them coming in yet to the finish? Do we have it? Do we see that downhill? Who is going to be our new national champion? Coming in that downhill, has she maintained her lead? Eula Palmer-Bird, is she the finish? Beautiful gap here. She's about to upset two-time gold medalist Ella Fuller, who is making an incredible push to catch her. Great tuck position here. Ladies and gentlemen, getting into that mini-man. Sonia Schmidt inspiring our athletes. Here we go. Eula Palmer-Bird deciding today's her day. Is she gonna hold it? I think so. Upsetting the two-time gold medalist Ella Fuller. Eula Palmer-Bird from Sovereign Lake Nordic Club. We have coming into that finish line corridor right now. Photos. Will it be? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Eula Palmer-Bird upsetting two-time gold medalist Ella Fuller with a fantastic finish. Congratulations, Sovereign Lake. Congratulations, Eula Palmer-Bird. As she collapses on the finish line, Ella Fuller, still an amazing race. Silver medal for her. She's going home with lots of medals. 2 gold and a silver. And this time a gold for Eula Palmer-Bird. Congratulations to Sovereign Lake and Fernie today. Outstanding finishes, but the racing is not over. Layla LaBelle, did she manage to hold on to that third place position? 473, Layla LaBelle, Nakartok Nordic coming in. And there you go, another mini-man coming down the hill right there. Who is in that 4th place position, taking advantage of the aerodynamic position? But 3rd place coming in, Layla LaBelle, Nakartok Nordic. Layla LaBelle, 2nd bronze medal of this event. 1st bronze medal was in the interval 5-kilometer start. This will be her 2nd bronze medal of this event. Layla LaBelle from Nakartok Nordic pushing through the finish line, not giving a single inch. Love the color of her headband, very identifiable out there on course. Great job to our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place finishers, Eula Palmer-Bird, Ella Fuller, and Layla LaBelle. Congratulations on fantastic racing. 4th place coming down the finish line right now. Bib 478, bib 478, Renault de Mont-Sainte-Anne, Équipe du Québec. Closely followed by bib 477, Ember Smith of Revelstoke. Great job, ladies. Fantastic racing today. Crossing that finish line. But what a fantastic battle between Ella and Eula on that course, giving each other the fist pumps. Are we going to get a wave to the camera? Lots of smiles and hugs. Always amazing to see that sportsmanship and that camaraderie across the country. 474, Amelia Moore from Strathcona Nordics. Great job, Amelia. And we can see a little battle happening right behind them. 479 and 496. Annalisa Verma and Ebba Charlotte Lemire. What a push from Ebba, coming 496, getting all the way into 7th position. Fantastic. Goes to show, doesn't matter where you start, it matters how you race. 480. Mia Brundel-Ray from Chelsea Nordic, 495. Camille Degnaud de Fondeur Laurentide. Félicitations les filles, belle course aujourd'hui. 491. Étoile Brown from Larch Hills Nordic Ski, 503. Aveva Faye Clark from Kimberley Nordic and Anna Cahill from Blackjack. There we go. Amazing races. More of our strong U16 women coming across the line right here. Congratulations to all of them for fantastic racing. Huge shout out and thank you to the crowds though. Spectators, what a difference you make, giving energy to the event. Annika Vipler, Saskia Sullivan, Kavita Dillon, Isabel Quintilio coming across the line there. Lots of hard work from these women today. Fantastic representation for all the clubs. Don't go away, it is not over. We still have our Para Nordic Stand 10-kilometer start event coming up at 1:20. Bib 476 coming across the line now. Bib 476, that's Natalia Miner from Saskatoon. Great work. Loving to see the glitter on everybody. Putting on the glitter, making sure, I'm sure that contributes to the speed that these athletes have. You gotta look good to go fast. There we go. Bib 501, Elaine Ferguson from Canmore Nordic, hometown athlete now getting the big cheers as she's cutting across the line. Bib 535, Bib 535, Melanie Holmes from Foothills Nordic. And there's a great shot of our top 3 finishers, a fantastic shot. Eula Pommerbird, Fuller, and Layla Labelle. Congratulations to, oh, here we go, we gotta get the jump shot again, yay! I think their legs are a little bit tired after that course, especially after the uphills trying to jump. Great group finish here. Let's see who's going to take that first place coming out of that pack, quickly followed by another group of fast women. Look at that finish. Skiing is healthy in Canada. Shout out to all of the coaches, all of the administrators, club volunteers, and officials who are making this happen, but not just this event, the whole year and the whole system. Couldn't be done without all 77,000 members. Shout out to you guys for everything that you do for the sport of cross-country skiing in Canada. Outstanding work. We continue to see the athletes pushing. As we've said, with the club aggregates, the individual aggregates, and the division aggregates on the line, every athlete counts, every spot counts, points being contributed to the bragging rights at the end of the event. Shot of flag row there. Lots of congratulations and sportsmanship and celebration this finish line today. That was the last of the individual start events for our U16 and U18 athletes today, or individual events, sorry. We will move to the relay tomorrow. Should be exciting to see over 700 athletes registered in those relays. It will be loud, it will be fun. The music will be pumping and the cowbells will be thumping. So get yourselves down to the Canmore Nordic Centre tomorrow for the relays. It should be an outstanding event to watch. There we go, bib 534, making a push. Abby Zimmer from Saskatoon Nordic making a push into the final. Being followed closely by 522, Sarah Quintilio from Foothills Nordic, 557 and 555. Fiona Faherty and Ella Semenyuk coming on that finish line. And like I said, do not go away. We still have some exciting races. The Para Nordic standing group still has to come and do their mass start, so don't go away. Great view here from the finish line. Darren, the head coach from Sovereign, talking to his athlete, giving her some kudos. Eula Palmer-Bird, what a great job. Congratulations, Sovereign. Big hug from the head coach. Great effort from the athlete. Still coming in. Probably about getting just an update here on how many, about 40 or 50 racers still left on course. What a great thing to have to say. Such a depth of field here in our women's U16. For those who missed it, Tuesday night there was a post-secondary evening of all the opportunities across Canada. For those who want to continue cross-country skiing and chase their studies at the same time, there's a lot of opportunities for our student athletes right now out there. Don't be shy. Head to the Nordiq Canada Document Centre for a list of those, or check out the website, the National Championships website, for all of those who participated the other night. So many opportunities in Canada for our student athletes to stay engaged in the sport, culminating, we know, every 2 years into FISU, our international event for our student athletes. We had a fantastic team go this year to FISU, our women's team of Helen McCulloch, Sarah Cullinan, Brooke Ailey, Sienna Brennan-Rabb, Emmanuelle Paquette, Sophie Tremblay, Stella Duncan, Sophie Gian-Grande, and our women of Noah Weir-Chava, Remy Bollard, Robin Masson, Xavier Normandin, Nicholas Randall, Alexia Ermel, Mats Halverson, Alexander Randall. Great representation from Carleton University, University of Calgary, Nipissing University, Cégep Garneau, Laurentian University, Université de Laval, Lakehead University. So many options for post-secondary skiing in Canada. Check it out. Stay engaged. Bib 578 coming across the line right now. Bib 578. Maddie Schwartz, one of our American skiers here today, 530. 530, Bronwyn Spruels from Telemark Nordic coming across the line. Great job. Congratulations on your finishes, ladies. Great job. Always safe, always prepared. Canmore Nordic does have first aid on site for our athletes as they need, making sure our athletes continue to be safe throughout the week. Bib 550, Raphael Bigelow from CCUNC. Raphael Bigelow. Right behind her, 563, Mila Neifer from Saskatoon Nordic. 575, Isla Borchi from Exie Bragg Creek. And for anyone whose name I am mispronouncing, I am very sorry, and I will continue to work on it. Wrapping up, watching the final racers coming through the finish line here for the women's U16 Mass Start Classic. Great shot here of the finish line. Some of our athletes that raced this morning in the background, congratulating the athletes that are just coming through here. Bib 5, 6, 7, that is Sophie Hamel de Skibec. 5, 5, 8. Lauren Wilson from Hollyburn Ski Club. Grosse félicitations à tous les athlètes ici aujourd'hui. Un énorme effort sur ce cours de 10 mètres ici à Canmore Nordic. It's 564 and 577 coming across the line. Clara Van Doon, 564, and Elsbeth Bouzima from Red Deer Nordic Ski Club. Congratulations, ladies, on your finish. We're going to be heading to break in about 2 minutes, but don't go away. Come back for 1:20 for the Para Nordic standing 10-kilometer start at 1:20. Para Nordic 10-kilometer standing mass start. Great work here, 554 and 576. Gabrielle Buxton-Carr and Mackenzie Saint-Martin de Orford. Great work. Congratulations to all of the athletes today in all of the categories for the fantastic effort they've put out here. Big cheers from the crowd. You can see the crowd sticking around, cheering these athletes into the finish. Mad respect for these women on the course today. bib 569573, Juliette Coburn from Newfoundland. Great work, and 573. Fantastic work, Sarah Walsh from Edmonton Nordic. Stay tuned, come back, and we will see you at 1:20 for the Para Nordic standing event.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going, yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing, yeah, I gotta keep working, yeah, at least for the moment, start with a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that, we are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over, shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I've been cut on my habits, so I gotta do it, man, I gotta do madness, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
dreaming. Gotta keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, at least for the moment. It's out with a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been cut to my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I gotta know math this. Cause I've been really better, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
And welcome back to the final race of the day at the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in beautiful Canmore, Alberta. This is our para standing hunting start, mass start. So what does that mean? What does that actually mean? We talked about this morning when we watched the sit skiers. A hunting start is we hold back skiers based on a time calculated of their percentages and their performances earlier in the season, or the competition. Starting up first will be Emma Archibald. She is a LW. LW standing for Locomotor Winter 5'7". That means that she has a disability affecting both arms. So LW 5'7", she will be starting first. She will then be hunted down by Madison Mullen. Madison Mullen is one of our visually impaired athletes. She is what we call an NS3 category, NS3. And in the visually impaired categories, the higher the number, 1, 2, 3, the more visual acuity the athlete has. So Maddie is in the highest category. Following her, Charles Lecour, LW9, Félix Lafont, LW8, and Logan Cox, LW4. Chasing them will also be the Para VI men's category, visually impaired category, Jesse Baczynski and Logan Lariviere. So on your screen right now, you will see the order of departure of these athletes. Emma Archibald heading out first, followed by Madison Mullen, VI, Jesse Baczynski, VI, Charles Lecour, LW9, Félix Lafont, LW8, Logan Cox, LW4, and Logan Lariviere, who is an NS3. So that is a visually impaired category. Here we go. We're about 20 seconds to start. Emma Archibald from Nova Scotia. She is also a student athlete from the University of Ottawa GGs and a World Cup national team member. 5 seconds to start for Emma. Wonder if we will have a replay of the other day where she was headed out first and hunted down, and it came down to the last 20 meters of the race where she was just edged out by Felix. So we'll see what today brings. We're now in a holdback time before Maddie starts. You can see on your screen here, Emma heading off in her classic skiing right now. And on deck, Madison Mullen with guide Russell Kennedy. Russell Kennedy, of course, not a stranger to guiding, having guided Brian McKeever, multi-Paralympic medalist to many gold medals. So Russell Kennedy stepping up today. Our normal guide for Maddie is Tori Odette. Tori injured herself at a World Cup this year, but she has been around cheering, helping get Maddie ready. But guiding today will be Russell Kennedy. Following Maddie, we will see Jesse Baczynski with guide Matt Cuddy. Matt Cuddy stepping in late this year to help out with Jesse Baczynski, and they've certainly shown themselves to be a super competent pair, very competitive. Bit of a hold back here. You can see Maddie just keeping her skis moving, not wanting to ice up, not wanting to get them snowy, making sure that she has the grip right here. Our Para-Nordic athletes are skiing 10 kilometers. They're definitely skiing 10 kilometers. They're doing a different track. Again, we talked about this earlier in the week, the homologation of ski trails for para athletes. These athletes will be doing 4 times 2.5 kilometers. So 4 by 2.5 kilometers on a para-homologated course. Homologation simply means the type of course that they are on has a certain height, a certain climb, certain descent, certain angle to their turns, and basically it is homologated to the abilities of the athletes. Here we go. Maddie Mullins still standing in the start line right now on her holdback time, waiting, getting some advice from guide Russell Kennedy, something probably along the lines of, hey, let's go fast. Maddie giving a bit of a chuckle there, getting herself organized. Setting up behind guide Matt Cuddy with athlete Jesse Baczynski. Jesse is an NS1 athlete, and you'll notice on his hat right now, he doesn't quite have them on yet, but he will for the race, are his blackout goggles. He has to wear blackout goggles in his category, the NS1 category. Also in the shot right there, talking to Jessie Baczynski is Nordiq Canada's Para Nordic development coach, Leslie Bode. She's been working with a lot of these athletes that are on the start line right now. Recently joined Nordiq Canada this summer, has done a tremendous job in reaching out and connecting with our para community across the country, working with our international classifier, Jen Neeson. Jen's just out of shot right now, but from Ontario, shout out to Jen for all the work that she's also been doing, both in Ontario and nationally with our para program. Such a great community. Okay, getting ready to go. You can see Maddie Russell up ahead, keeping his skis moving, not wanting to get too iced up. And Madison getting into her start position now. Maddie from Mono Nordic category NS3. That means 100% of her time. She doesn't get any allocation for her time. So her raw time and real time and calculated time will all be the exact same. Great story. Maddie this year made the World Cup circuit, was able to go to 2 different World Cups, Val de Fiemme and Vocati this year. Huge strides. If you follow her fist points, huge improvements. And she's off following guide. Oh, there she goes, knocking right into that guide. Hey, Russell, wake up. You got a fast athlete behind you. Next up, Matt Cuddy, Jessie Baczynski. Getting ready to go. Kenora, Ontario, Jessie's hometown. Matt Cuddy from Lappy Nordic in Ontario guiding Jessie this season. A little bit of a trial by fire for Matt. Introduced him to Jessie, and about 2 days later had them go to a World Cup season, and they managed fantastic racing while they were over there. So great partnership, great communication. Oftentimes, and taken off right after, looks like that was Charles Lecour. Charles Lecour from Quebec. Actually, fantastic news. Charles Lecour is Canada's first FISU medalist, and also the first time that we've ever had para and Olympic combined at a FISU International Games. Those are the International University Games, and Charles was Canada's bronze medalist in the para event. Right behind Felix, right behind him was Felix Lafont from Fondeur Laurentide in Quebec. Great job. He was the one who eked out Emma the other day in the hunting sprint start, just at the very, very end of the race. Great rivalry between the two of them as they were coming into the finish line. Waiting for Logan Cox now. Logan Cox from British Columbia, Caledonia Nordic. We mentioned earlier today that Caledonia Nordic is a huge supporter of Para Nordic skiing in Canada. They are currently up for a Prestige Tourism Award. We'll find out tonight how they did, but good luck to them, and always thank you for the amazing support that they give us. Logan Cox, Caledonia on the line. Matt Strum, guide to Logan Lariviere. So Logan Lariviere is an NS3 athlete, similar classification to Maddie. So high visual acuity, but still visually impaired. Matt Strum, biathlete, stepped up this year to help us out, guiding with Logan, and they've hit it off. We're so grateful to have the quality athletes like we do of Russell, Tori Odette, Matt Cuddy, and Matt Strum, as well as Nicholas Randall, who also guided this year for us. Great to have that legacy and transfer of experience and knowledge from our Olympic stream athletes and Paralympic stream athletes working together. So here they are off on course. 4 laps of the 2.5 kilometer course today. 4 laps of that course. Emma Archibald having taken off first. Emma, who is a student at the University of Ottawa, originally from Nova Scotia, representing our East Coast here. World Cup athlete and also national para ski team member, being chased down by Maddie Mullen, one of our prospects athlete. Her guide, Russell Kennedy, today with Charles Lecour, Felix Lafont, Logan Cox, Jessie Baczynski, and Logan Lariviere. All out on course at the moment, 4 times 2.5K. We'll start to see them come into the stadium to lap the course. They will be out on our Frozen Thunder Loop. I talked about that a little bit this morning. If you weren't here this morning for the sit ski start, the Frozen Thunder Loop is how we keep a cutting edge here in Canada for skiers to be able to have access to snow early in the season. Throughout the winter, 2 big holes are filled with snow, culminating in a layer of sawdust being put on top of them. That allows for the snow to be insulated in the summer, and somewhere, as soon as the weather looks like it'll tolerate it, mid-October, we roll out a 2.5 kilometer loop for Frozen Thunder. Athletes from across Canada and the US come up to train on this loop. So definitely another legacy of the Olympic Games here, of the societies here that are working at the Canmore Nordic Centre to ensure that our Canadian athletes have a competitive edge with having snow. Last race today, day 4 of the 2025 Nordic Canada Ski Nationals. Halfway through our competition right now. We will head into our relay races tomorrow, our 4x relay tomorrow, followed by our U20 and open sprint category and our U20 and open mass start on Sunday. Lots of action happening though. We have our banquet. The athletes have had a banquet, diamond and denims. Oh, here we go. We can see Emma coming into the shot right here. Classic skiing. No one behind her right now. She's going to do her loop around the course and head back out again. Who do we have in the distance? Anyone yet that is following her? No. Again, Emma is an LW57, Locomotor Winter 5.7. That means that she has a disability to both of her upper limbs. So this is the classification for that category, LW57. Different categories represent different limbs being affected. Our LW 10 to 12 that we saw this morning, those are lower limb athletes that have sit skis, or they have to ski in a sit ski. NS 1 to 3 are visually impaired athletes, and then the LW 5.7 to 9 are the upper body impairments. Well, Emma is maintaining that lead. You see her just climbing up out there. Whoops, a little bit of slippage happening there on her. She stepped out of the track, seeing if she can get better grip out of the track there. Waiting to see Maddie Mullen and guide Russell Kennedy coming up. So Emma, having completed her first lap of the 2.5K and just waiting on Maddie Mullins and guide Russell Kennedy to come into the stadium to finish their first lap. Emma did have a significant lead or head start, or we can look at it another way and say that the other athletes had a very long holdback time. That is because of the classification that Emma has. You can see she is not skiing with any poles, and as we know, there is an upper body component to cross-country skiing. Just talk to anyone going up one of those hills today. Definitely in double poling, definitely upper body contribution. So without the poles, Emma is definitely not in as an advantageous position as her other team members, so she will get quite a lead time, or the other athletes will be held back significantly. Oh, là on voit d'autres athlètes qui rentrent dans notre écran ici. On peut voir Matt Cuddy avec l'athlète Jesse Buczynski. Nous voyons Logan Cox. Et je crois aussi... Voilà, Félix Lafont aussi. Ils vont juste monter. Ils doivent... Les voilà ici. Alors, voici Maddie avec Russell Kennedy qui sont suivis par, je crois, Matt Cuddy et Jesse Buczynski. Deux athlètes avec des impairments visuels. So, two of our VI athletes coming across here. Sorry, my mistake. That is definitely Russell Kennedy and Matt Mullins. But Logan Cox and Felix Lafont right behind. There's Logan Cox leading around the corner. Felix right behind him. Russell and Maddie chasing them down. Right behind them, we see Matt Cuddy with athlete Jesse Buczynski making it around the corner. If you tell from your screen, you can see that Matt is wearing a microphone. And in the hip belt that he's wearing, there is a speaker. He is guiding Jesse through sound. So very important that Matt continues that communication nonstop because that is what Jessie is using to know where to go and which direction to go. So we often see VI athletes, their guides will be skiing with a headset on and a speaker around their waist. Now think about that. You're in a high-level race. You've got to race 10 kilometers, and you got to talk the whole way through. So our guides need to be in excellent condition to do that when you think about having to speak for 10 kilometers. I've had to speak all day today, and I can tell you I could not do this with skis on heading up a climb. That would be an incredible challenge. So kudos to our guides who have that level of fitness and who have the capacity to multitask efficiently. Ski, choose lines, make tactical decisions, and communicate to the athlete to keep them as close as possible and as safe as possible. So shout out to all the guides out there that are working with the athletes, and shout out to all the athletes who help train our guides to be their most effective competition performance indicator. So great work going on there between guide and athlete. Lap 1 done for the 10-kilometer standing Para-Nordic mass start today. And while we use the term mass start, what it refers to is more along the finish, that all the athletes will be ranked to their finish. When we see interval starts, typically we have to wait for the calculated times to come in to decide who's going to win. A mass start does the calculation before the race. That is reflected in the holdback time, and then the results are as is. So first past the post is the winner. So mass start today, while being a holdback time, has the same effect of an Olympic start where we just look at who's coming across the finish line first as the winner. Interval starts are the same in both para and Olympic. We just have to wait for everyone to be done and look at the overall final times, and in for the para in their calculated times. Canada is quite well known for their Para-Nordic athletes. They have had an incredible successful run for many, many years, several Paralympic cycles as well, with notable results this year from Mark Renz winning his 3rd Crystal Globe. That's the overall winner for the season in para biathlon. Natalie Wilkie, who just got a silver medal at the sprint final World Championships in Trondheim, Norway. Now that was an exciting event. That was the first time a World Championship was really combined Olympic and Paralympic, and Natalie had a crowd of 200,000 spectators during her race. What a well fought out battle just at the finish line, eked out by a Norwegian. Obviously home crowd favorite, but well supported, well cheered on was Natalie Wilkie, silver medal there in Trondheim. Fantastic work from her and Mark this season. So many notable results from all of our para athletes. Brittany Hudak, Colin Cameron, Christina Picton, Ethan Hess on the World Cup. Derek Zaplatinsky winning his first gold medal in para biathlon this year. Exceptional performances by him as well. So quite a legacy these athletes have left. These young ones out on course right now have big ski boots to fill, and they know it, but the great part is they are mentored and supported by those World Cup athletes. Fantastic system in Canada for Para-Nordic skiing. Reach out to your local clubs. Lots of local clubs offering support for Para-Nordic skiing, seeing the integration of the para-athletes into the Olympic stream. It's great to see that inclusion in our clubs across Canada. All right, we can see Emma coming back on screen here down the hill as she makes her way into the stadium, having now completed 2 of the 4 laps. She's halfway through this race. As I look at split times right now, Emma's rocking a 4:34 for her first lap. We'll see what she gets in her second lap right now. Is Emma's Emma Archibald from Nova Scotia, also member of the national ski team, getting into a little bit of a tuck there, taking advantage of the slight downhill there, giving herself some time to recover before she starts to push up the hill again. Has anyone closed the gap here? Are we seeing the other athletes coming to the stadium? Oh, there we go. Logan Cox, I believe this is Logan Cox from Caledonia, coming into the finish of his second lap, having dropped Felix. We saw earlier on that Felix and Logan were right beside each other, having just passed Maddie Mullins and her guide Russell Kennedy. Logan has made a push here past Felix. Great quick turn here for him. Back to double polling. And we should be seeing Felix very soon come into range. Current leading time, 17 minutes, 57 seconds for Emma. In our screen here, we now see Matt Strum guiding Logan Lariviere. Coming up the hill, being hunted down now by Matt Cuddy and Jesse Baczynski. No, it is not a requirement that your name be Matt to guide our male VI athletes, but we've definitely found them to be extremely helpful. Coming around the corner, and again, remember, you can see the microphone in front of Matt Cuddy's mouth as he talks Jesse around the corner. And just coming up the screen now, Felix Lafont, bib number 595. And a reminder that the athletes started in their bib order. So great work on the athletes. Felix making his push here, trying to get back in touch with the group, having been passed by Matt and Jesse. And we can see Russell Kennedy, Maddie Mullins coming up behind. While we have all of the athletes of both genders racing on the course at the same time, we do separate the categories in the end for men and women. But what is great, and what I've often heard from our female athletes, is it's awesome to be out on course at the same time. Gives them faster skiers to chase down. Very motivating for them as well. And for our male athletes, who are oftentimes being caught by our female athletes, definitely motivates them to work hard as well. So good camaraderie between our male and female para athletes, quite accustomed to being on the race course at the same time. Great shot there of the Canmore Nordic Centre. Athletes, the course now, the 3 and the 5 kilometer course, are open for our Olympic stream athletes to practice, do a warm-up. A lot of our senior athletes have only raced one race so far this week, while our U18 and U16s have just completed their third. Tomorrow we'll see the relay, which will have all of the age categories participating, and then we'll start to focus on our senior and U20 categories through the weekend. So right now, from my view here, I can see a lot of our senior and U20 athletes out on course, getting ready for the next couple of days of racing for them. In the distance there, Russell and Maddie starting the climb up the hill. Everyone in their third lap at the moment. Third lap. So Emma Archibald in the lead, getting hunted down right now by Logan Lariviere and his guide, Matt Strum, Jesse Baczynski, his guide. Sorry, I'm just getting an update from the timing. Currently right now, Logan Cox holding second. Oh, we have seen a switch. It looks like Logan Cox has actually moved into first position. Coming into the last lap, and I think behind in the hill there we can see. There we go, Logan Cox making his start of his last lap. Come into the screen soon. Logan Cox holding first place right now. you to everyone who is watching on our live stream. And of course, a huge thank you to Salomon and Rundle for making this possible. Off there, just coming over the and up the hill, you can see Logan Cox heading up and into the last lap. Waiting to see Emma Archibald, Logan Lariviere, guide Matt Strum, Jesse Baczynski, guide Matt Cuddy, as well as Maddie Mullins and guide Russell Kennedy, Felix Lafont to come in. Classic technique here today for the Para Nordic mass start race. Our standing skiers can of course race in both skate and classic technique. Our sit skiers race strictly in the classic double poling technique. Sit skiers having impairments in their lower limbs, causing them to be in the sit ski, therefore having only use of the upper body, and double poling as the technique they use. Important to note though then for them as they train throughout the year, really being creative in the different types of modalities that those sit skiers can use so that they're not overuse injuries in the shoulders, in the elbows, in the wrists, and that they're finding different ways to manage that training load. Five, 9, 6. We can see 5, 9, 6. This is Logan Cox from Caledonia Nordic. Logan Cox of Caledonia Nordic. Heading into his final lap here. Going down into the biathlon range, back out of the biathlon loop, and then up the Banff Trail for his last lap. So when we think of hills, we have to think of hills in an equitable manner. This hill for our para athletes is on par with the wall that we see for Olympic athletes. Big climb for them. There we go. Matt Strum, Logan Lariviere coming into view here. Matt Strum, a biathlete, World Cup biathlete, who has been stepping in and guiding for Logan Lariviere this year. Terrific team of two. Lots of energy between these two. Great discussions. Awesome to watch them train together, challenging each other to be better. It's just a fantastic partnership there. Matt Cuddy with Jess Baczynski being followed by Emma. There's Emma Archibald currently sitting in 4th place, but not giving up right now. You can see her picking up her speed right now. She knows she's still within contact with Jessie Baczynski. She just has to stay consistent, pick up the pace a little bit. Jessie and Matt coming around the corner. Again, a reminder that Jessie is guided through sound around this. Imagine putting a blindfold on and skiing a 10-kilometer race course. There's Emma making her way around the corner into her last lap. Et là, on voit le parcours pour les athlètes de para qui sont sur le circuit de Frozen Thunder. Frozen Thunder qui nous permettent d'avoir de la neige très tôt dans la saison, dans le mois d'octobre, qui donne un avantage à nos athlètes à travers le Canada pour venir s'entraîner ici, pour être sur la neige aussitôt possible durant l'année. Nos courses des championnats mondiaux, aussi des World Cup, ça commence à la fin novembre, début décembre. Alors, c'est très important que nos athlètes ont la chance d'être sur la neige. Et voici, on voit Félix Lafont qui vient autour du coin ici. Félix, le fondeur Laurentide, va commencer sa dernière boucle et derrière lui, Madison Mullen avec son guide Russell Kennedy. So currently first place right now, Logan Larivere with a time of 26 minutes 20. So Cox in first place. Lots of Logans in para. Lots of Logans and lots of Matts in para. So easy to get confused, but Logan Cox is holding first place at the moment. Good double pulling here as we see Russell Kennedy and Maddie Mullins coming into. Russell Kennedy, who guided Brian Kiever along with Graham Nishikawa and Eric Carlton to a stellar career of, I believe, 16 gold medals in the Paralympic Games, as well as silver and bronze. Oh, Maddie down, just going to get up real quick and right back into it right there. Just a couple seconds lost there. Can she make it up? Can she pick up the pace a little bit? Will Russell just guide her into making up that lost time on that fall around the corner? Great to still see spectators out on course right now cheering on our para athletes, and as you can see, coaches still have polls. There are incidences in para as there are in mass start for the Olympic stream, so making sure that the coaches on course have support for those athletes, polls as they need them. Final lap for all of the competitors. Are we going to see a sprint to the finish like we did the other day? Will there be a sprint to the finish in the para mass start 10-kilometer race? And we bookended today with the para sit skiing in the morning and finishing off with para standing in the afternoon. We hope that you have enjoyed watching today. Also learning a lot. Please feel free to send us some comments. Let us know if there's any questions that you have about the fantastic sport of cross-country skiing. Always ready to answer. And who do we have coming in here? Looks like Logan Cox doing his final stretch into the finish. Logan Cox from Caledonia. No. No, sorry, that is not Logan Cox. That is Charles Lacour. I stand corrected. Sorry, Charles Lacour. Charles Lacour, our bronze medalist from the FISU Games this year. My apologies to Charles, confusing him with Logan Cox. Well, they are both tall and they are both fast skiers, so it's not a poor mistake to make. Interesting with Para Nordic skiing, the para athletes, most of our para athletes will do both the sport of Para Nordic cross country as well as Para Nordic biathlon. So many of the athletes you see out here also train in biathlon. For our VI athletes, they use a sound rifle. So what happens is they're wearing a headset that has a sound, and the sound changes in its pitch as you aim closer and closer to the target. So what happens is that pitch will rise and rise and rise and rise, and the VI para biathlete will fire when it hits a certain frequency that's quite high. Now we see Logan Cox coming into his finishing. He has taken off his hat, working entirely too hard, putting up a sweat, and here we go. We have a finish. Logan Cox from Caledonia, who will be the men's standing national champion, making a great push into the finish line right here. Great double pull right now. Bib 596, Logan Cox from Caledonia. Awesome effort from Logan as he finishes the line. Great celebration we see here at the finish line. Hands up, looking happy with his result. Looking back saying, hey, where's the rest of my team? Where are they? Cheering them on, waiting for them to come. But nothing like wearing the crown of national champion for Logan right now. Having some fun. A little bit of channeling of the Alex Harvey and Devin Kershaw celebrations of 2017. Fantastic work for Logan Cox. We see Logan Lariviere with guide Matt Strum making their push now into the finish. This will be second place for the Logans. It's a 1-2 for the Logans today. Matt Strum guiding Logan Lariviere into the finish. Great double pull. A little bit of a kick double pull, and not uncommon for a guide to step aside and let their athlete take that finishing stretch by themselves, giving them the glory, everything they deserve. Wonderful work by Matt Strum and Logan Lariviere. Second place in the men's, or actually, sorry, first place in our men's VI category. Second overall male national championship here. You can see poor Logan Lariviere just crushing to the ground there, pulling his best Jesse Diggins, getting a shout out from his guide. Great work. Reminds me of Beijing when Graham Nishikawa came across the line having guided Brian and just collapses. And the Swedish para athlete walking over going, "Brian, you've broken your guide." Here we go. It's a role reversal here with Logan Lariviere on the ground, being helped out by Matt with his skis. Great work from him. And now we see Jesse Baczynski and Matt Strum coming in. Second place VI athlete, third place overall male finisher. And again, not to forget, guided completely by sound, wearing his blackout goggles, making a big push to the finish here. Jesse Baczynski and Matt Cuddy. Oh, little bit of an issue there, but he's back on track, almost to the finish line. There we go, big push, getting that double pull back in stride. Jesse Baczynski, second VI athlete, third standing overall. Whoops, coming to a stop right there. Whoa, being helped out by Logan Cox, a good friend of his. Getting some help there with his skis by fellow teammate Logan Cox. Checking him out, making sure Jesse's okay. Seems like he may have given himself a bit of a bop to the face with his pole, but getting checked out by Logan. And coach Leslie Bode coming in just to make sure that he's okay. Great effort by these guys. We see Emma now. Emma staying in front. Are we going to have another showdown between Emma and Felix? Is this a repeat of our interval start as we come into the finish? I feel like I'm having a deja vu. Is he going to catch her? Is he going to do it again? Emma Archibald's keeping going, pushing as hard as she can. Felix doing everything he can. I am having a deja vu from the interval start. Can she keep him off? She is coming down the home stretch. Felix pushing in right behind her. Is he going to catch her? I don't think so. I don't think so. Emma's got it this time. Is she going to make the finish line? Felix is passing. Yes, she holds him off. Emma Archibald. Well done, you. Felix Lafont coming in right after. Redemption for Emma from our interval start. And once again, what a great community we have here in para skiing. What a great way to support each other at the end. Fantastic results. Still waiting on Maddie Mullins and Charles Lacour to come in for their finishes here. Terrific work by these two. I love that it was a rivalry to the finish again, but she was not giving it up this time. Hugs, of course, in this community. Way to support each other. Fantastic. Just waiting on Maddie Mullins and guide Russell Kennedy as well as Charles Lacour. Charles Lacour, as a reminder, our bronze medalist from the FISU Games this year. 4 by 2.5. Here we see Maddie and Russell coming down the course here into their final home stretch. Russell giving some encouraging words to Maddie, letting her come beside, switching into the faster tracks here and into the finishing corridor. Great work by guide Russell Kennedy. And you can see the athletes and the other guides coming in to cheer on. What a community we have. Matt Mullins coming in across the finish line. What a great end to the season for these athletes. Great racing, tough and challenging courses that they will see on the level of the World Cup at Para Nordic World Cups. Great practice for them, great performances for them. Well done, Maddie. Nice lunge to the finish, and she's down. Great effort from all these athletes. And now waiting for Charles Lecour to make his finish. Charles, who left it all out on the line in FISU this year, in Italy, having done such a great job in Torino, representing Canada, first time para representation at the FISU Games. Look at those smiles. You can't help but smile back when Russell Kennedy's smiling at you. It's contagious. Just waiting for Charles Lecour coming down. Et c'est Charles Lecour qui finit la course aujourd'hui ici au centre de ski de fond nordique à Canmore. 594, Charles Lecour de Maurice Ski. Le voilà. Double pole jusqu'à la finition. Vas-y Charles, finis fort. C'est ta course à toi. Giving all he's got right now. Charles finishing his race. Big double pole to the finish and another successful Para-Nordic event here at the 2025 Nordic Canada Ski Nationals here in beautiful Canmore. Et c'est le dernier ski de la journée, la 4e journée ici au championnat de ski de fond de Nordiq Canada. Félicitations Charles, belle course. Thank you once again for all of you joining us from across Canada and around the world. This is the end of the 4th day of the Nordic Canada National Ski Championships. Merci à tout le monde qui ont été ici avec nous aujourd'hui. C'était la 4e journée des championnats de ski de fond du Canada ici à Canmore en Alberta. But we are far from done. 3 more exciting days of racing coming up. Please join us tomorrow for the 4x5 and 4x3 relay, as well as 2 more days of sprinting and mass start. Merci beaucoup. On se retrouve demain pour la journée des relais ici à Canmore, plus 2 autres jours de course. Bonsoir à tout le monde. On se revoit demain.
dreaming. Gonna keep going, yeah, gotta keep pushing, gonna keep breathing. Yeah, gotta keep working, yeah, at least for the moment. It's out with a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'm a habit, I've been cutting my habit. So I gotta do it, man, I tell them to mad this. Cause I've been really putting man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I.
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, deux parts de stimulation